Welcome to the additional public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2021-2022 for Portfolio Committee number 5. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people, who are the traditional owners of the land on which we're gathered here today, and pay our collective respects to elders past, present and emerging, and all those First Nations persons present in the room today. I also welcome Minister Jeff Lee and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of corrections. I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's proceedings have been broadcast live from the Parliament's website, and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website as soon as it becomes available. In accordance with broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded to take responsibility for what they publish, and all witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to a resolution of the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness can only answer if they have some additional time or some additional records to hand, in which case witnesses are advised they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, please do so through the committee and Secretariat staff. And Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying you, you're free to pass notes and to refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Could I also ask everybody to turn their mobile phones on silent for the duration? All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you, you don't need to be sworn as you continue to be under your oath as a Member of Parliament. I think each other witness has previously been sworn in an earlier hearing, except for you, Mr. Scaseri. We're not trying to single you out, but we are anyhow. So if you could give your name, your position, your title, and then take either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you. My name's Carlos Scasera. I'm the Assistant Commissioner Governance and Continuous Improvement for Corrective Services New South Wales. I'm taking the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks very much. Today's hearing will be from 9:45 until 12:45. We'll have a 15-minute break at approximately 11 a.m. We'll be joined by you, Minister, in the morning, and in the afternoon we'll be hearing from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. The questioning will alternate between opposition and crossbench, with the government having 15 minutes at the end if they wish to tidy anything up of each session. And with that, I'll hand over to the opposition to commence questioning.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Congrats. We've got a whole bunch of new faces here since the last time, and congratulations, Commissioner. I don't think I've seen you since you were officially appointed, so congratulations.
Thank you.
I want to start today, obviously it's no news to say that prisons are dangerous places, but I want to start today with some questions about how dangerous they are for the people who work in them, and what's happening to protect them. Minister, on the 20th of February we heard a pretty horrendous report of a female officer being held hostage at St Heliers Correctional Centre by an inmate. Can you give us some information around about what happened?
Yeah, thank you. Can I first off by acknowledge all our officers right throughout our 36 correctional centres right around New South Wales for their work that they've done over the last year, and especially over the last 2 years, especially with the difficulties and challenges they've faced with COVID-19 and controlling that in the population. Of course, corrections officers face, as you said, difficult and challenging situations. We have, over 12,000 people in custody, and that the challenges that these people present often at times are very difficult. And at times, and we don't like it to happen, at times there are staff assaults, and whilst we endeavour not to have any staff assaults right throughout our correctional facilities, it does happen from time to time, and I know the Commissioner is certainly looking at everything he can do to minimise or in fact stop any assaults, but it is a fact of being correctional facilities from time to time that those staff assaults do occur. The staff assault that you are alluding to is currently under police investigation, and will be before the courts. Therefore, it is very hard to actually release any details. I don't know if, Commissioner, if you would like to add anything, but I just don't want to prejudice any court proceedings that will be ongoing from this particular incident on the, certainly it was a horrendous crime, and I think maybe Commissioner you'd like to add.
Thanks, Minister. Look, the only thing I'd like to add is just to acknowledge how brave that individual was, how she managed to get herself and extricate herself from that situation. It was quite remarkable. So I just wanted to make that the case. But as the Minister said, you know, we don't want to be saying too much about it whilst it's under police investigation.
Look, well, is she okay? What kind of support is she being provided?
Yeah, she's getting a lot of support from staff all around the system and from senior personnel. I've been trying to get in touch with her to talk, but she's pretty much overwhelmed at this point in time. In fact, you know, only last week I was speaking to the Assistant Commissioner who is responsible for this, who has been talking to her, but just a bit overwhelmed at the moment.
Can I ask, there was also on the 24th, I think it was, you can correct me if I'm wrong, another pretty horrific incident involving another officer and nurse who were assaulted by an inmate at the Prince of Wales Hospital. I understand the officer, which is where I'll focus, was escorting the inmate and guarding him at the hospital. Can you give us some information about what happened there?
Similar to the Commissioner just said, I'd like to pay tribute to all the officers, including this officer that was allegedly assaulted. But because of the police investigation, it would be wrong for me to release any of those details, besides maybe an update of that officer's health, who's out of a coma now and
Yes.
doing a lot better than we initially thought on that Thursday.
Thanks, Minister. Yes, I spoke on Friday to that officer who was just being released from hospital after coming out of ICU and the cardiac unit. So he's got about a 6-week recovery, and we're looking forward to getting him back to work as soon as possible.
Okay, and so what other support is he receiving? I'm glad to hear he's out of hospital, so that's good news at least. What other support?
Well, it's not only him, but we are supporting all the officers that were involved in that incident. It was a very traumatic incident for every officer concerned to see one of their colleagues, being worked on in an ICU environment. So the Assistant Commissioner, Custodial Corrections, has been in touch with all those staff, and as well as myself, been in touch with the officer involved in the incident and his former partner.
So, look, I get that there are police investigations and other actions being taken in relation to those incidents. So I'm sure you'll tell me where the line is, because I don't want to prejudice any of those cases either. But can you tell us how these two officers were in this dangerous situation in the first place? Both of them were by themselves. I'm assuming that shouldn't have been the case. Can you give us any information at least around the circumstances that led to the incident rather than the incidents themselves? Because I understand the police investigation.
I'm happy for the Commissioner if you can release any information about that. You possibly can.
Yes, the first incident that we were referring to happened in a minimum security facility. And of course, the staffing levels in those minimum security facilities are, commensurate with the risk generally posed by the inmates in those facilities. So, yes, that officer was alone. And yes, we've looked at some of the procedures and protocols around operation in minimum security centres around the state as a result of that incident. It was very unusual for something of that nature to happen in a minimum security facility. So, but nevertheless, it's something that has happened now, and we really need to look at in what we are doing around the system. The other incident occurred in an ICU, and there were 3 officers there on that escort, and a range of other officers in close proximity. So there is a secure ward at the Prince of Wales Hospital, and we look after a number of inmates in that with staff there.
Okay, so I also understand that there have been a number of other incidents, assaults on staff, even just in the last couple of weeks. So I understand, and again, my details might not be correct, but I understand that there was an officer assaulted, I think it was at Bathurst, with a broken jaw. Can you give us some information around that?
Again, it's under police investigation that I did actually speak to the officer involved in that one. I don't know, Commissioner, if you want to, you can release any details in terms of...
I can't release any details about the particular incident, as the Minister said, but I also spoke to that officer as well. And hopefully I'll be able to get up to see him in the next week or so. We've been, I haven't been able to get up to Bathurst, but for a range of reasons, but definitely proposing to do that in the next week.
And is he okay? I mean, obviously a broken jaw isn't okay, but...
He was pretty seriously injured, and, but he's certainly... fairly upbeat when I spoke to him, but he did sustain some very serious injuries.
And you can't give us any other information around the incident at this point?
Not at this point.
Okay, can I ask about an incident at Mid-North Coast where I understand an officer was hit over the head with a piece of wood? Again, my details might not be completely accurate, but is that, can you tell me give us some information around that assault?
The problem with these assaults is that they're all subject to police investigation. So, but I
understand that, but it's still, they're very significant incidents. These have happened over the last couple of weeks alone.
Yep.
It is in the public interest for me to ask. So, is there any information that we can get, and is the officer okay?
The officer is recovering from that, yes, but I can't give you any further information. In fact, the Minister and I will be heading up to Mid-North Coast in the very near future to talk to staff about various things, matters, and that's one of the staff members will be touching base with when we're there.
So I'm glad to hear that you'll be visiting that facility. Obviously, the staff working there are very upset at the moment, so much so that they took the extraordinary, and I'm sure for them difficult step of walking off the job last week from that site, that facility. Minister, why didn't you support them in that action?
Well, I certainly, can I say that I think you're referring to the strike action taken last Monday, was it? Last Monday? Can I say I was very disappointed? I make it very known that I was very disappointed with the union and their actions in causing a strike. I think last Monday was the day that we had the worst floods in 1,000 years or in a generation. Correctional facilities, unlike any other facilities, it's not like a school where you can send the kids home. The prisoners, have to stay in jail. We can't send them home. They're confined. They have to be treated humanely. They have to be, they have to have food, and they have to be looked after during that period of time. So after meeting with the unions 2 days before and expressing my understanding and my concerns about the time frame of the implementing the 11 recommendations by the Sentencing Council, I said to them I'm fully supportive of implementing those recommendations as soon as possible. And I said, however, there is a procedural process that I don't control. In fact, it's out of my hands and I can't actually control that process, but I committed to them that I'll do everything, and I committed to them in writing. I'm happy to table the letter that I wrote to Stuart Little, the General Secretary, showing that my disappointment for the industrial action at a time when we were facing the worst floods, in a lifetime. But certainly I committed to the union in that meeting. They asked for the meeting on they asked for the meeting, and I was the next working day that I was able to meet with them, and that I provided that letter the following day, and unfortunately the union then went on strike the following day. So I fully support bringing those recommendations. I think, these crimes against our officers should be met with the full force of the law, and that we need to set an example, and say it's not okay to assault our officers. But I still work within a framework, and that's my frustration too, that the recommendations of the Sentencing Council weren't implemented and haven't been implemented to date. But as I said, I've spoken to the Attorney General, I've met with the Attorney General, I've written to the Attorney General, and he has committed to bringing those recommendations as fast as he can through the legislative and other processes that we need to follow. So
I just want to, I just want to ask you a few questions about that, because it was obviously very significant last week. And again, so officers at North Coast walked off the job. It was a very extraordinary decision for them to make, and I'm sure a very difficult decision for them to make. Because they're concerned, obviously, about their safety at work, but also one of their fellow officers was held hostage in 2020, suffered horrific, horrible injuries and circumstances. I'm not even sure I'll provide the details on the record here today. I might, but they're on the public record anyway. And the person who did those things was sentenced for what was probably not an adequate sentence, but also it was a concurrent sentence. So those officers obviously feel very angry that something so significant and horrific happened to one of their colleagues, and there weren't really serious consequences for it, and so they felt the need to take industrial action. So first of all, the fact that they took industrial action was on the basis that they didn't feel support from you or your government, so I'd like you to respond to that. But also on the day, your public comment, the day that they did that, your public comments don't align with the comments that you've made here today. You said that you were disappointed in them and that you didn't support the action. So why don't you support these officers, given the dangerous situations they're in?
Can I first off start by just correcting the timeline? I met with the union on the Monday, and then the PSA industrial action was on the Wednesday, and I provided a response on the Tuesday. So I met with them on the Monday. They asked for the meeting on a Friday. I met with them on the Monday, the PSA, and then I responded to their concerns on the Tuesday, and then by the Wednesday, the industrial action. Certainly I do support all our officers. I think they do a terrific job and a tough job in difficult circumstances. What I was saying was I didn't support the union action and going on strike. I explained to the union, and they very well knew that I could not speed up the process, that there is a process that they need to go through, and I'm fully supportive of implementing the Sentencing Council's recommendations as soon as possible. I'm not able to do it. We hold prisoners, but I'm not able to do it. So I have to work with my colleagues and the Attorney General in pushing these, and I committed to pushing these as fast as I can so that we protect our officers. Now, I can't comment in terms of I don't control the judges, nor should any politician control the judges. But as from a personal perspective, I think it's appalling that an officer gets held hostage, and that the sentence is concurrent rather than consecutive. We need to send a strong and clear message to our inmates, to our prisoners, to say it's not okay to assault our officers.
So, I mean, it's all well and good for you to say that today, and I appreciate that you're saying that, and I'm sure the officers appreciate that you're saying that today. But they obviously, I'm not privy to the discussions that you had with the union or with these officers on Monday, I think you said it was, but they obviously, to take the action that they took on the Wednesday means they mustn't have been satisfied with the conversation that you had with them. So again, I ask, why didn't you support them last week? It's all well and good to say it now, but you didn't support them last week.
Well, no, clearly, and I'll table the letter that I sent Stuart Little on the Tuesday, that it says in there, I strongly support the recommendations that Sentencing Council have been advocating for their adoption within government. And it goes on, and I'm happy to table that right now and show you that I was supporting the changes necessary to better support our officers, what the Sentencing Council actually wanted us to do or recommended us to do.
So that's I'd appreciate it if you could table it. And so you say that that's a letter that you sent to the union on the Tuesday, but why hasn't there been action taken on their concerns before now?
I've been in the portfolio, 10 weeks. I can't speak about what's happened prior to, but as soon as I became aware of the issues, I've certainly, as I said, I've met with the Attorney General, I've written to the Attorney, I've discussed it with the Attorney General, and as soon as practical, we'll implement those changes according to the normal process. There's a little bit of legislative changes, there are other changes that we need to do. But certainly anything that I can do, I will do in actually implementing those Sentencing Council recommendations, and I've just been informed the letter was sent out actually on the Wednesday as a result of the email on Tuesday after the meeting.
So was that before or after you, and I quote, said publicly, "I'm extremely disappointed in the reckless and illegal conduct of the PSA today on a day where the rest of the state is focused on floods, etc." I mean,
Well,
I've just detailed just a couple of really serious assaults that have occurred on officers that you're responsible for. Their action is a culmination, I'm sure, of their frustration about that, plus the sentence that this particular person who assaulted an officer in 2020 did. I mean, it's not good enough, right, is it, Minister, to say that you're disappointed in them having to take this action?
Well, I think you'll find I was disappointed in the union's view that we explained to them the situation. I committed to actually pushing forward to try and get those Sentencing Council recommendations implemented as soon as possible. It was one of the worst floods we've seen in our history. Can I say that up until last week, I think we evacuated one centre just as a precaution at Emu Plains. We're going through a really tough time, and prisons aren't like schools where you can send all the kids home. Prisons are actually places where we have some very dangerous, hardened people that have committed crime and been sentenced. Now, to work off at short notice, and my advice was that it was an illegal, there wasn't the requisite 72 hours, and to have to manage a secure facility in the worst possible floods, that to me was reckless actions by the union.
But so now you're saying that the letter that you've sent to them supporting their calls was sent on the day they took the action. So doesn't that mean their action was justified? They got the result from you that they should have
you'll
gotten
have
before.
to ask them. As I've said in my testimony here today, that I thought it was a reckless action on that day. It was a worse flood. People were being evacuated at that time, and we had lots of problems, let alone staff for our facilities like Clarence. We were finding it difficult to even get staff because of the floods and the roads and the difficulties of actually attending our centres. It was actually difficult. I don't know, Commissioner, if you want to talk about some of the difficulties we had during this week and last week in terms of...
Yeah, there definitely were some difficulties in the north getting staff to facilities in Kempsey and up in Grafton. The Emu Plains complex, where there's a number of facilities, we evacuated that, and we're on standby to evacuate about 1,000 inmates from the Windsor facility complex, just in case we lost power, water and sewage to that complex.
I'm about to run out of time, but I will say, I understand, we all understand that the floods are actually really horrific for the people that they affect, but these are circumstances that are happening in your facilities all the time, every day. So why did it take waiting till last week, waiting for this action, for the officers that you're responsible for to get any kind of support from you about this issue?
Sorry, was that a question for me? Why did it take? Well, certainly, if I can just go through the chronology just to make sure that I'm clarifying that. We had a request to meet the PSA on the Friday. On the Monday, we had the meeting with the PSA. On Tuesday, we did our email response to them. On Wednesday, the industrial action was initiated. On the Wednesday, we did send them that letter as well, but the letter said similar to the email on Tuesday. So it clearly showed, and can I say that at all times, I have been very supportive of making the changes, those necessary changes by the Sentencing Council, and I committed to doing that to the PSA.
Out of time.
You are. Minister, thanks for coming today, and to all the staff. Minister, how many inmates in prisons across New South Wales currently have COVID?
I'm advised...
That's today.
I'm advised that 312 have COVID today.
And which facilities are they in?
I'll ask Commissioner, do you have a list in front of him, or we can take it on notice in terms of numbers?
Well, the bulk of them are in a certain facility, so why don't we start there?
Yes, MRRC and Silverwater Women's are the place where we generally keep COVID-positive inmates, but there might be a period where we keep them in other facilities for certain reasons, which has happened over the last few months. But generally, they're transferred as soon as we can into those two facilities.
And in terms of COVID positive in other facilities, has COVID been detected other than in when people first enter the system? And in which case, how is it still getting into the prison system?
There has been COVID detected outside of quarantine over the period of COVID, in the system. That has happened on a number of occasions. We have had high numbers of staff going positive, and whilst we've got in place rapid antigen screening for staff around the system, which is detected, I think, in the region of about well over 400 staff members who are positive, attempting to come to work, and obviously we've turned them away. So we've done something like 316,000, rapid antigen screens of staff. So the fact that staff can come in with COVID, rapid antigen screen will only pick them up at a certain point in their infectious cycle. So it is possible for staff still to come into work and be infectious, and that has resulted in possibly infections. Other outbreaks may have been caused by inmates in the system coming into contact with other inmates. Right. So there's a variety of reasons why it has leaked out of quarantine.
Of the prisons in New South Wales, how many are currently still in lockdown of one form or another to deal with COVID?
I think we're up around about the 4 or 5 centres at the moment. That I couldn't give you the precise numbers. That changes by the day, depending on what happens. And outbreaks happen very quickly. We respond very quickly. But we've had a 7-day-a-week command post in operation, managing those things for this entire COVID outbreak.
What was the longest period that a prison was in lockdown for in the last 12 months?
I would say that Parklea would probably be the prison that was longest in lockdown, and that was that initial outbreak in Parklea where COVID leaked into the mainstream population, and we closed that down for a considerable period of time. So there were no inmates coming in, no inmates coming out, but there were varying regimes in operation in that facility during that time. So it wouldn't be fair to say that everybody in the facility was locked down that entire.
How long was the Parklea lockdown for, Commissioner? And when did it start and end?
Okay. I might have to take that on notice to give you the precise dates.
Well, but when you talk about just the months will do for now.
When you talk about lockdown, are you talking about locking down inmates in their cells, or you're talking about locking the entire facility down?
Talking about
no entry or
inmates being locked in their cells, and on many occasions having 15 minutes or less out of cell in a 24-hour period.
I might answer that question.
Thanks, Mr. Grant.
I think it's something we do need to check on notice. We can give you some a lot of detail about that incident because it's been very well examined. But just to point out that, as the Commissioner said, there were a number of parts of that centre that weren't locked down at all. So initially we had a whole lockdown of the centre that occurred over several days. There was a testing that was done throughout the centre that discovered that at least 2 of the areas, Area 4 and Area 3, had no COVID cases. Those areas, therefore, didn't have to be locked down. So a complete lockdown of the jail didn't occur. The outbreak was managed over a period of about 5 weeks, and during that time of 5 weeks, there were parts of the centre that were locked down, but certainly not the whole of the centre. That would happen for a short period initially, and then it was expanded. Just to respond to your question earlier, you asked about where the cases are as we speak. If you'd like me to answer that specifically.
That would be good.
So the MRRC, as of last night, had 231 cases. Silverwater Women's had 3 cases. So those are the 2 reference centres where we send people when they're positive. When they're positive, however, it takes some time to organise the transport to move them from the other location to the MRRC. John Moroney had 17 cases. The Amber Laurel Centre, which is a reception sort of area, people coming in from the courts, had 1. Bathurst had 18. The Long Bay Hospital had 2, and the MSPC at Long Bay had 12. South Coast had 1. Shortland had 2. Goulburn had 15. Junee had 1. Parklea had 4. So amongst those are people who are coming in off the streets who are new receptions into prison, who are positive, who identify with testing that occurs on the first day that they come into custody, repeated again on day 6 that they're in custody. So that discovers people in the initial quarantine phase, and then a number of those matters would have been potentially from outbreaks outside of quarantine. It's quite hard to work out, and it takes an incredible process to determine what has caused this to break out, and very pleased to say that St Vincent's Hospital invested in a very significant study undertaken by the Kirby Institute and the and New South Wales Health that's in draft form at the moment. When it's finished, I think it will be an extraordinary illustration of what actually does happen in an outbreak. We've also commissioned, Corrective Services commissioned the Kirby Institute to undertake one just to drill down into what actually happened in one of our outbreaks. So you can see by looking at phylogenetic sort of genomic sequencing who infected who. You can't really say just from making observations about it, but we're really trying to understand it to an extraordinary level of depth, how each instance of transmission has occurred, and that process is almost complete. That's how long it takes from the Parklea incident, which happened some time ago during the Delta outbreak.
Well, that is useful. Do you understand when that's going to be published?
It's a document that's been commissioned by St Vincent's Health, so in fact it belongs to them, but I expect it will be published, but it's in first draft. I've just read the first draft. It's a fascinating document.
Have any of those outbreaks been caused through family visits?
I don't believe they have, because we haven't had family visits during the, we were very quick to take action in relation to Omicron and Delta, in fact, and whenever we've had high levels of community prevalence, we've actually suspended visits in prison. So I'm not aware of any occurring through the visits arrangements. But the Parklea one, certainly, there was not an indication of that coming through visits.
Given Omicron is now effectively endemic, describe it as you like, it does seem to be prevalent and of a continuing prevalence in the community. It's not going anywhere. What is the strategy for returning to family visits across the state?
Yeah, look, thanks for that question. Yeah, we have actually returned to family visits this weekend. It's been a long, slow process. We've had to go through a lot of consultation with various parties, public health, Justice Health, the PSA, and our staff to get to a point where we could have a regime in place where we could commence visits again. Unfortunately, 6 facilities had visits this weekend, but we're working hard to get those other facilities up and running as soon as possible.
Minister, do you accept that given the fact COVID doesn't seem to be going anywhere in a hurry, that it is unsustainable and just plain wrong to have a policy of continuing to prevent family visits across New South Wales?
Can I say that, firstly, my admiration goes out to Corrective Services New South Wales in the way that they've handled COVID-19, not only through Delta but through Omicron. They've had to make some tough decisions to keep it out of our prisons. As I said before, that prisons are confined spaces with people that if overseas and other jurisdictions show that once COVID gets in there, you can have, up to 98% of the prison population can get it. It not only poses a risk against our prisoners or our inmates, but also against our officers. So obviously we didn't have there was no playbook. I think the advent and the standing up of the command post was a great initiative that has seemed to be very fruitful.
Minister, this isn't an opportunity to talk generally about COVID and prisons. It's about family visits.
Yeah, and I was saying that there's a different range of, in consultation with Justice Health, the Public Health and the PSA, and I can say the unions were very good in being part of that COVID response, that there were various things such as stopping visitors coming in for the period of time that it was deemed to be most necessary to manage the spread of COVID throughout our populations, our prison populations. Can I say that they've done wonderful work in terms of things like the audio-visual links and the telephone calls that have allowed prisoners to be kept in touch with their families. Of course, inmates want to see their family on occasions, and as the Commissioner was explaining, and maybe Luke would like to talk a bit more about our staged return of those visits. So the aim is to return visits as soon as we can, but we must do it in a safe manner to
Minister,
ensure...
they were meant to be returned across the state on the weekend. It was my understanding less than half a dozen, but Commissioner says only half a dozen facilities had visits on the weekend. Do you know, sitting there now, why only half a dozen facilities had visits on the weekend?
Well, that's a decision that...
If you don't, just say you don't.
No. What I'm saying is that's a decision that the command post makes in consultation with the health and the Justice Health and the Commissioner.
Did you get a briefing on
team. I was certainly briefed along the way in terms of what is possible and what isn't possible, and how we're working very collaboratively. I don't know, Commissioner, you want to talk about...
No, it's not a chance do you want to talk about, Commissioner. It's actually answering the questions. Did you brief the Minister on the facilities that would be available and those that wouldn't be available for family visits? I can't seem to get an answer from the Minister, so I'm going to ask you.
Yes, that was briefed.
Yeah, when did you do that?
Late last week.
All right. And at that time, was it clear that only 6 prisons would be open for family visits?
Yes.
And can you tell me why it was that only 6 facilities were open for visits?
We have a fairly onerous level of restrictions on visitors coming in, and that's for very good reason. You know, we don't want any more outbreaks in our facilities, and so we've imposed restrictions on visitors, which in this first phase, which will mean that staff and inmates are as safe as possible from visitors coming into the system.
Are the arrangements that no infants can actually visit?
That's right, that in phase 1, but we intend to move to phase 2 with children visiting as soon as possible.
Do you have Justice Health advice that 1 and 2 and 3 and 4-year-old kids are a sufficient health risk if they pass a rat test to prevent them visiting? Do you have that written advice from Justice Health?
We get a lot of advice from Justice Health.
But I'm asking you about specific advice, not generic advice.
We would generally be looking at public health advice there. So that would be the public health element of Justice Health, but not only that, the Department of Health. I might hand over to Luke, Deputy Commissioner Grant, for a bit more detail.
Yeah, so I thought I might have a document here. So before we make any decisions in relation to the conditions under which we're going to run the visits, we do have to have conversations with our staff and also take advice from Justice Health. So all of our arrangements in relation to the visits, every single restriction we put in place was discussed with Justice Health and New South Wales Health. I'd have to check what their specific response was in relation to children, but I think my recollection is that they noted the proposal in relation to children. So the issue isn't so much about children, it's about vaccination status. And the fact that we are very concerned still that visits are one possible weak sort of link. You know, you mentioned before about the nature of Omicron, that it's everywhere. Well, it hasn't been everywhere in jails. So we've had 15 jails where we haven't had an outbreak at all due to our strategies, and we're very reluctant to release all of our restrictions because we don't want to see an outbreak in all jails. So we're starting off very slowly, as the Commissioner said. The first phase was only intended to be put in place for 1 week. We had discussions with various parties about our desire to get it up and running fully on the weekend, and there are a number of logistical and practical considerations only that prevented us from doing it all at the one time.
The essential arrangements, well, perhaps you could describe to me the essential arrangements rather than me describe them to you. It's better come from the witness. In terms of ages, vaccination status and rat testing at the facilities.
Certainly. So for phase 1, which was this commencing on the 5th of March, a maximum of 2 visitors per inmate. Could be 2 adults, so 1 adult and 1 child aged 16 years or above. the visitors to be triple vaccinated at least 3 days before the date of the visit, the visitors to submit to rapid antigen screening on site prior to entry to a correctional centre, outside visiting areas that are to be utilised for the visits depending on infrastructure. Visitors and inmates are required to wear surgical masks for the duration of the visit. Visits will be run for 30 minutes and must be pre-booked. A review to be undertaken for the 14th, if no issues by the 14th of March, to move to phase 2.
So in phase 1, any child aged under 16 was prohibited on the basis that they couldn't get a booster. Is that the rationale?
That's the rationale. I think in the first
Do you
instance, I
have
can say...
public health? Did you have Justice Health advice to support that?
Every one of our restrictions we put to Justice Health, I'll just have to get back to you about how they responded to that specific point. But my recollection is they noted it and they accepted it. So the original intention also is to set something up. We haven't had visits for some time. We want to make sure that by opening up this arrangement that the other things we've put in place can be managed effectively. So we're trying to do it on a small scale, and the decision was to do it on that scale. So there's two issues, I suppose. One of them is the issue around vaccinations. The second one is just wanting to do something on a small scale and having to start with something that gave some parameters to reduce the scale of visits.
Deputy Commissioner, prior to this weekend, when was the last occasion in which prison visits happened?
I've got the dates here somewhere. Yeah, the 24th of December, 21 was when the visits were suspended last.
Commissioner, there have been mums who haven't seen their kids for now a year and a quarter, dads who haven't seen their kids for a year and a quarter, partners who haven't seen each other for a year and a quarter. Do you recognise that ongoing prohibition on family visits is an issue in terms of inmates' mental health and ultimately managing facilities as well?
Yeah, look, no doubt that is the case. You know, I've spoken to inmates around the system about this and the impact it's having on their families. You know, you've already highlighted the tension that's in the system at the moment. So it's absolutely critical we get visits back as soon as possible, and we are working, you know, furiously to make that happen.
Well, you say as soon as possible. You've got a set of highly restricted visits, which are only operating in 6 facilities. That means more than 3/4 of facilities still have no visits. That's not as soon as possible, is it, Commissioner?
It is as soon as possible within the parameters that we're operating in the moment. We've come up with a 3-phased approach, as Deputy Commissioner Grant just mentioned. We'll be reviewing that on the 14th of March to move to that next phase. And
we might go into more details about phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3 later in the hearings. Can you tell me, sitting there now, what proportion of inmates in the system are double vaccinated and what proportion have had their booster?
Okay, they really are Justice Health statistics, but I do have those statistics.
You must know this in order to manage your prisons.
I was just about to tell you.
I'll answer that.
Okay. So double vaccinated at the moment in the system, 81.2%, and triple vaccinated, 45%.
Can you explain why, despite having effective control over this population, the vaccination rates in prisons is so substantially lower than the vaccination rate in the general population? What's gone wrong?
I don't think it's something that's gone wrong. What we get is
that can't be your target, 81%, can it, Commissioner?
Ideally, we'd love to have 100%. But
what about just the same as the rest of the population? Why isn't that your target?
Well, our target is to get everybody vaccinated, but there are elements of inmates who are not willing to be vaccinated, number one. But number two, we get a lot of people coming in off the street. So where we have lower vaccination rates is in the large remand and reception facilities. And sort of that brings that percentage down. So they come in and they get a first vaccination if they want one. But generally there's a percentage of much higher in the community of unvaccinated people coming into prison.
Commissioner, if you have a list of the vaccination rates in the different facilities, and you most likely do, it might be just useful to hand that up at some point over the next 20 minutes, and we can have a look at that.
Well, that would be Justice Health information, but I'm sure that could be provided. So could we take that on notice?
Well, if you can provide it today, it would be useful, because I'm certain it's
without
what you...
preempting what you might see, what you will find is that there is real differences between jails. So the back-end jails, which are the ones that we have people settled into jail at close to 100%, it's the front-end jails where you have lower rates of vaccination, and that is explained, as the Commissioner has said. If you take a jail like Parklea, for instance, if I can just explain why, if you're interested in why the numbers are low, in a place like Parklea, the people are lucky to be in that jail for 30 to 40 days because they've come in off the street. A lot of people are on short-term remands and they're released to custody. It's impossible to double vaccinate people in 40 days.
I'm more than happy to explore this, and exploring that with the data in front would be really useful. The reason I'm looking anxious to hand it over is my time has expired, and as the chair, I have an obligation to hand it over to the opposition. So if we can explore it with the data in front of us, it'd be helpful. It's not that I'm trying to stop it.
Thank you, Chair. I might actually pursue
10.
that.
10 and 10.
Oh, okay. Well, I better be quick about it then. I'm just going to continue that line of questioning if I could, which might help with some of the data. I appreciate if you can table the breakdown as much as you can, and I understand that Justice Health are the ones who do the vaccinations, but nonetheless, so you've just said, 35% was it that have had boosters? When did the booster program start?
45%.
45? And when did the booster program start?
I couldn't give you that.
Wasn't happening
date.
at all a couple of...
Again, this is, Justice Health manages...
surely they would have given you the information.
Yeah, I don't have that.
We don't. We'll get back to you. Take that on notice.
Okay, but we've just had a series of questions about, for example, how you've made decisions in terms of opening for visits over the course of the weekend. This information must have had some relevancy to making that decision.
Yes, yeah, it certainly did.
So you don't have any details about it now?
In terms of the relevancy, the reason it's relevant is because inmates who were going to have a visit needed to be double vaccinated.
Okay, so inmates, so in order to have a visit, even though you've started the visitation in some places over the weekend, an inmate will have to be double vaccinated. And a visitor will have to be triple vaccinated. That's the rule. So what happens for people who aren't? They just can't have access to visits. So if inmates refuse to get vaccinated, what if they can't get vaccinated? They can't have visits at the moment? At
this point in time, in phase 1, that's correct, yes.
And what's the reasoning behind not letting children come in to visit? I understand in the past, when young children under the age of 16 weren't able to access vaccination, why that decision was made, but they are now. And a large chunk of the population of young people have been vaccinated. So why are you still not letting under 16s visit their families?
As I said before, this is phase 1. It'll be reviewed on the 14th of March. If everything's going well, then we move to visits of children.
But what's the reasoning behind that? So again, I understand in the past, young people were able to access vaccination, but they are now and they have been for months. So why can't they visit their parents or loved ones now?
Well, we hope that they will be able to visit very, very soon. What we've tried to do is come up with some phased approaches to this, a very cautious phased approach, so that we can evaluate this phase 1 and if things are working smoothly, move rapidly to phase 2.
So there wasn't any reason for blocking children who are under the age of 16?
Well, I guess it comes from the fact that we've had to consult widely to get this across the line, and we wanted to take into account everybody's views and come up with something that people, staff and others who are key stakeholders felt comfortable with as an approach to kick visits back off again.
But there are plenty of stakeholders, and I've been contacted by plenty of inmates' families saying that people under the age of 16 want to see their families and vice versa, or their loved ones who are incarcerated. So there's just no reason for at the moment.
I do want to get that happening as soon as possible, but as myself and Deputy Commissioner Grant said, we just had to move, cautiously to commence this process.
And so it's only half a dozen, was it? So 6 facilities that are open for visits over this weekend?
Yes.
And why only that number? How were they chosen?
I might have to defer to Deputy
I think
Commissioner
the
Grant.
primary reason, I mean, we had to put in place some logistical steps to do this. The decision to place, to make it a requirement for families to be rapid antigen screened came following consultation with our staff, the industrial sort of representatives of prison officers who in particular, who believed that that was necessary for their own safety. So that wasn't originally part of our plan for the resumption of visits. Having considered that and decided that it was better to exercise abundant caution, and we've had a fantastic history through COVID of working very closely with the unions, having unions embedded in our command post. We've taken every step along the way with the agreement of the union, so we didn't want to sort of suddenly part company over this one issue. So because of that, it was only last week, in the middle of the week, that we reached agreement with the unions that we would in fact do rapid antigen screening. So as you can imagine, to put that in place for another group, to ensure that we had sufficient tests on site and we had the capability of doing it, the space to do it, there's some action needed to be taken. So the most centres we could put in place were those ones where we could actually stand up the rapid antigen screening in time. So it was just a logistical, practical thing. There's no restrictions on it on anyone's side, and we'll be hastening to put in place all the practical steps to ensure that it can all be happening in every correctional centre by next weekend.
By next weekend?
That's our plan.
At every facility, right, okay. And so, sorry, for young people, that's to be determined at some point in the next few weeks?
Our phasing was to review that on the 14th. So, yeah. So just to reiterate the point that the Commissioner made earlier, the whole focus on this is on risk. And whilst children who are unvaccinated do pose a risk of transmission to other people. There is no doubt about it. More than a person who's vaccinated. Ideally, people would be triple vaccinated, to actually have the biggest possible impact on the likelihood of transmission. The issue isn't so much about what happens as a result of the visit itself, but what happens when a prisoner leaves that space, goes back into the correctional centre and effectively is a silent transmitter. You have one person only, and we've done this fantastic modelling that the Kirby Institute did for us, a very sophisticated model that showed what happens when you have just one person coming into a correctional centre and how quickly the infection can actually spread, because we don't routinely test every prisoner in the jail every day. We test people on quarantine at the front end, the back end, people who are symptomatic. What we've noted from our outbreaks is in a very short period of time, if it's untracked, you can have a person who's asymptomatic. And I think in the Parklea example, about 25% of the positive people was asymptomatic throughout. So you've got one asymptomatic person who's going about their work inside this enclosed space, which is like an ocean liner effectively, except it's not moving, where you can't control people's contact, and it can take off and you can get suddenly 80% or 90% of the prison population positive. And if that
There
happens...
are plenty of mums and dads in prison who would have gratefully had a visit with their family and then have accepted 72 hours lockdown in their cell afterwards with rapid antigen testing. That was never it's never been on the table. And as a result, mums and dads haven't seen their kids for well over a year. There are plenty of other options other than a blanket no.
Can I say, Mr Shoebridge, I think corrections have done a remarkable job at managing COVID, including the innovative process of having some 600 tablets
So you can
rolled
say it
out.
if it's addressing the question, but not just a general chat.
Well, no.
Is it
You're
addressing the
asking
question about
what is
having
being
inmates
considered,
take
and I'm
my
talking
time,
about
I
what's
have 2
being
minutes
considered.
left,
Not helpful.
375,000 AVL visits. Inmates are able to connect with their families, talk to them on their birthdays. I've had very good reports to say that the inmates
I'll hand it back to the
actually
opposition. We'll get to that
appreciate
later.
those AVL visits.
Minister, you are the minister, but you can't just go off and riff on whatever you like, whenever you like. The question was specific.
Well, you
and
asked
you,
the
you
question.
weren't addressing
you
the
asked
question
the
at
question
all.
what was being considered.
Minister,
and
you weren't
I'm
addressing the
talking
question
about
at
what
all.
was considered.
I'll take the point of order from Mr Amato, then the point of order from Mr Mossman, and then I really want to get back to the opposition's questions.
That's
I'm going to take my time off, don't worry.
it is opposition's time. Yeah.
Good.
Oh, thanks,
well,
Lou.
The opposition.
I'm sure what I was asking about. So, but let me, some other things that I just needed. So you gave us some figures at the beginning of my colleague Mr Shoebridge's questions in terms of COVID cases today. Can you tell me how many COVID cases there have been in total to date?
Yep.
Inmates?
Yeah. Well, both. I want inmates, but also...
Inmates, I understand there's, as of 4th of March
1,421. And let me start with the staff first. How many... So 1,421 have had COVID. How many of those have been seriously ill and off work for long periods of time?
I don't have those figures in terms of their return to work unless the Commissioner or one of your staff, otherwise we can...
No, we'd have to take that one on.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry.
And maybe a better way to put it is in terms of workers' comp or any other support that they might have needed or other leave arrangements that they might have needed during that period. You could take that on notice as well if you
Yes,
like.
thank you. Can I just say the one other thing? We have an answer on when the booster
Oh, yes.
program started, and that was on the 4th of January.
Quite late. Hey, Justice Health, it would be great if you would come and give answers, but I guess we'll ask on Thursday. But thank you. So the 4th of January, and why wasn't it started sooner than that?
It's a question for Justice Health, I think.
Now, that is legitimately a question for Justice Health.
Indeed, but I mean, the scenario planning is happening, so surely this information is flowing. Part of the concern about all of this is whether, how Corrections and Justice Health were working together in relation to this. In terms of inmates who were affected by COVID, can I get some information about how they're treated? So a person tests positive today, what is their access to medical care if they need it, and how does the process work?
Was that a question for me, sorry, or Commissioner?
Were you, but...
Well, I think, Luke, you're probably best. Oh, sorry, Deputy Commissioner Grant or Commissioner?
The expectation is that prisoners receive the same standard of care that people have in the community. That's one of the things that Justice Health strives to do, and it's an expectation of the private providers who are also providing health services at 3 locations. So when people are found to be positive, an assessment's undertaken by Justice Health using a standardised assessment tool to determine what type of intervention they require. For those people who are vulnerable or who are unwell, I mean, one of the most amazing things that we've observed throughout this, so we heard the figure of, over 3,000 people have become positive, only 32 of them have ended up going to hospital throughout that whole time, and of those that went to hospital, the average stay in hospital is 1.8 days. So we had very few serious consequences of people having COVID, which I think is a testament to how well they are being managed by the health providers. So Justice Health has access to the same treatments as someone does have in the community if required, and they require a higher level of care, they can be transferred to hospital, but there's a capacity to provide medications, in the contemporary medications for treating COVID in custody.
I'll come back, I'm out of time.
You can have another couple of minutes.
I've taken it.
Yeah, okay.
Better keep going.
Deputy Commissioner or Commissioner, how many inmates did you say had been tested COVID positive?
3,052 as at 4th of March.
And how many have been hospitalised? 31?
32.
32. How many inmates have died COVID positive with a COVID positive diagnosis?
Well, there's certainly one in Junee, and
It's 3 in total.
yeah, 3 in total.
And of those, how many were in hospital?
I think 2 were in hospital.
You think?
One,
Rather than
yeah.
think,
One was in Junee. He died in his cell with COVID, but he'd only been, diagnosed with COVID the day before.
and the 2 who died in hospital, how long had they been diagnosed with COVID before they were taken to hospital?
I would have to take that one on notice.
Commissioner, I'll show you this document. Are you aware of the last Governor's Facebook page?
Yes.
Yep. Does anybody in Corrections monitor it?
Yes.
Do you monitor it for when serving corrections officers make offensive or outright dangerous posts?
Yeah, well, certainly it might be best for Assistant Commissioner Scacera to respond to these issues.
So, Chair, yes, we do monitor the post, and we do look at staff current serving staff making comments, yes.
Have you taken any disciplinary action in the last 12 months?
We have.
What has that included?
So we follow the GSE process. Obviously, an allegation will be placed to a staff member. They'll be asked to respond to that allegation, and then we'll propose an outcome from the GSE, from a range of outcomes it can choose from, depending on the severity of the comment and or the post, and then we issue the outcome.
Commissioner, was this post brought to your attention? I won't read onto the record the person's name, but you'll see the first page there. Do you see the first page, the name beginning with L? Do you want to read that quickly?
Yeah, I can see that.
Perhaps I only have 3 copies, I'm sorry, but we can get some more made over morning tea. I've got 2, so I can have one for you, Commissioner, and one for Mr. Scacera. Sorry.
You have one for us?
I've
I've only got 3. I'll get some more afterwards. Do you see that comment there, the font on the first page, Mr. Scacera?
Yes.
First of all, have you made inquiries as to whether or not that person, whose first name commences with an L, is still a serving officer? It's my understanding that she is.
I'd have to take that on notice. So we monitor this regularly. So again, we will bring it through a committee, but whether this person or not has been referred, I'd have to take that on notice.
Well, just so those other members in the committee are aware, I'll read on. I won't. This is making comments about an inmate's partner and an inmate who was in deeply distressed conditions in jail. Clearly, X's husband cares more about himself than her. Inmates are, inverted commas, broken, fading and dying, end of inverted commas, because of their own actions. Spare a thought for all the law-abiding citizens who are locked in their houses for months, denied any freedom and limited services, given though they have never committed a crime. Give inmate X a length of rope and Mrs. X a cup of concrete. After all, you've both made your life choices. Deal with it. Has this been brought to your attention, this post, Mr. Scacera?
I'd have to take that on notice. As I said, we get a number of referrals every day.
Well, are they of this nature? Where prison officers are encouraging and inciting inmates to commit suicide and inmates' partners to commit suicide?
Generally not of this nature, no. And this
Well, if you'd seen this would stick in your mind, wouldn't it?
I'd have to take it on notice because we still get a number of allegations per week, and every day, so I do have to take that on notice.
Commissioner, what do you say to that kind of post on the last governance page?
Well, it's disgraceful, obviously.
Inciting suicide, in fact, can in certain circumstances be a very serious offence under the Crimes Act as well. Have posts of this nature on the last governor's website, Facebook page, been brought to your attention?
This particular post has not been brought to my attention, but as Assistant Commissioner Scacera says, what occurs is that a referral, is generally made to the Professional Standards Committee, and there are no names identified there, so it's de-identified information coming through to the committee. So I guess that's why, and it would just be a general comment about the nature of what was on the particular post coming to the Professional Standards Committee. I'm not on that committee. There's a range of assistant commissioners on that committee.
I'd ask you to turn to the next page, and you'll see there another person commenting on the post by, the comment by that officer whose name commences L, and saying, Officer L, who says the death penalty doesn't work? You'll see at the bottom another comment, I read the mail was found in his cell unresponsive after he contracted COVID. It's even more offensive, isn't it, that these posts were being made after the death of that man in Junee, who died in his cell without medical attention with COVID. It's even more offensive, isn't it?
Well, it is offensive, yes.
Well, you're saying none of this has been brought to your attention, Commissioner? You only get de-identified?
We only get de-identified, and I don't get them, well, I do get them to have a look at them after the Professional Standards Committee has viewed them, but as I said, it would be a general comment that would be made about, a post on Last Governor which was referring to X, Y or Z. So we sometimes get, 30-odd referrals a week. So it's, quite a number of referrals coming through to that committee.
And how many prison officers have been formally disciplined for their posts on the Last Governor?
Over a period of time? Or
well, in the last 12 months? In this last financial year?
I think we'd have to take that one on notice.
We'd have to take that on notice. We have definitely
in the last 2 financial years?
Yeah, we could do the last 2 financial years. We've disciplined officers, though, for comments.
Inciting inmates to commit suicide, is that a sackable offence?
Yes, the range of outcomes can be termination.
Can be.
Can be.
Commissioner, do you believe that it is at all safe or decent to be employing somebody in corrections who has been inciting inmates and their partners to commit suicide? Can you conceive of a place inside New South Wales jails for corrections officers who incite inmates to commit suicide?
No.
Mr. Scaseri, is that your policy that you apply?
We follow the GSC. I said that at the beginning. We must give people their transparent process where they will be given the allegation and they must respond to it. We are bound by law then to look at their response and to look at a range of outcomes, and we put those outcomes to them. We propose then the final outcome, and then that can be reviewed in the IRC if they are unhappy with their outcome.
Commissioner, I just ask you to turn to page 2 of that document, and you'll see it's a Gazette notice, and you'll see in terms of Department of Corrective Services, about halfway down in the right-hand column, the last name under Metropolitan Region. See it there? It has chairman and then the same name.
Yes, I can see that.
Can you confirm, if at all possible, as a matter of some urgency to the committee, whether or not that person is still employed by corrections?
Yes, we will confirm it, but obviously I need to...
Well, we're going to a morning tea break now, and we might come back at 11:15, so that might give you time to make that call.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks very much. No, I think... You're okay to come back at 15:15?
Yeah, that's fine.
15:15? 15:15.
Still on there.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there'll be. Welcome back to the hearing, Minister, Commissioner and colleagues. Did you have an answer on that issue?
Yes, yes, I do. That individual that appears in, I think, the Government Gazette there, was employed by Corrective Services, but left the agency in 2012.
And does that individual work for any other? Does the individual work for GO?
I have no idea. It certainly doesn't work for Corrective Services New South Wales.
The opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to come back to... Just make my timer start. Just some of the issues that we were dealing with earlier this morning. Minister, I'll go to you, but whoever is appropriate to outline, what is the process internally for someone, if they test positive for COVID today, what's the process inside the facility to make sure they get adequate care?
I might defer to the Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner Grant for that.
Thanks very much, Minister. Yeah, as I mentioned before, just the general sort of statement up front is that the health care of prisoners is the responsibility of Justice Health, which is a statutory health corporation under the Minister for Health. So they're responsible for ensuring that prisoners have an equivalence of care to people in the community, and to my knowledge, they have been providing that throughout this pandemic. So they have people we have a testing regime, we have an assessment of people's vulnerabilities against a set criterion that Justice Health use for that purpose, and the capacity to refer to clinicians. They've got some oversighting doctors who review each case, and they also have the benefit of access to hospitals, to state hospitals or otherwise, if that's a requirement as well.
So how does that work in practice? So obviously Justice Health aren't seeing every single inmate all the time. They've got whatever resources they've got. But I hear reports all the time of inmates from families of inmates who've tested positive, who say they haven't had proper access to treatment. They might be given a Panadol and that's about it. So how can you be sure that people are getting appropriate treatment by Justice Health or anyone else?
Just in terms of not getting access or not being, so I have heard people make statements that people who are COVID positive are being kept in isolation for days without anyone seeing them. My understanding from my discussions with Justice Health is they review each patient on a daily basis, and they go to see that person to check out how they're going. They take some, various standard sort of measures of their health, including their respiratory rate and their blood oxygen level and things like that, to ensure that they're tracking well. So without knowing about a specific case and whether Panadol might have been an appropriate thing to provide someone, we know that a lot of people who have COVID don't require any intervention immediately, and only some do, and I just have no reason not to assume that Justice Health isn't providing that. Justice Health have also had the benefit of significant collaboration from the Public Health Unit in New South Wales Health and the Clinical Excellence Commission, and their approach to managing it has been quite closely scrutinised throughout this process, and I've had no question raised about the adequacy of the care that they've provided.
I mean, the extreme example though, and I understand that G&E is a private facility, but nonetheless, I mean, there was a person who tested positive for COVID who then died. So can you give me the timeline for that? I think we did talk about this earlier, but what was the timeline for that? So that is an example where they weren't provided treatment.
That death is subject to a coronial inquiry when all the details will emerge, but my immediate understanding is the person had been seen that day by health staff in G&E, but I'm not sure if my colleague, Assistant Commissioner Scacera, has any additional information about that particular incident.
Yeah, the individual had underlying medical conditions, tested positive the day before, was actually due for transport but was taken off transport, and then was found deceased in their cell. So look, the coroner will have to review that, and it's subject to the coronial inquiry. We'll probably have to wait for the autopsy to really understand what took place.
Why were they taken off transport if they were booked for that?
I'm unaware. I think they just were one too many for the transport on that day. As we've said, we move COVID positive people from the regions or the jails back to MRRC, and then once they're recovered, they go back again. So I believe that on that particular day, there just could have been too many people for the transport.
I mean, that's pretty extraordinary. Too many people on a transport list, and one of the people who misses out dies in their cell.
Particularly when they have at least on the version given by Geo and Correctives, substantial comorbidities that made them particularly vulnerable.
Would have been a
To be the
decision.
very wrong person not to transfer.
Yeah, look, the decision would have been made locally at the time. I'm unaware of the medical issues, and perhaps the transport wasn't recommended. I'm not sure. I'd have to take that component on notice. Sometimes if people are unwell, medical does say that it's best not to transport them, so we'd have to review all of that.
So you don't know that if that was the case here, and I accept that you want to take some of the details on notice. I appreciate if
Sometimes if people are unwell, they get transported in things called ambulances.
Yes, of course they do. But again, decisions are made by medical staff and the like to whether or not somebody's best cared for where they are or whether or not they will be transferred.
This man was not cared for. He died alone by himself in a cell with COVID.
The inmate was being looked after, and I would believe that, as I said, I'm unaware of the exact reasons why he wasn't transported further, but he was taken off that transport that morning. But we can get further details to you.
Yeah, if you could get the further details, but also why he wasn't in hospital. So I understand you would have had internal processes for transferring. I understand that's the system in terms of consolidating where people are when they test positive. But if we can get some information about why.
Look, and I'm happy to say there is no hesitation to bringing people to hospital if required. So again, medical staff will review and determine who requires to go to hospital, but there is no hesitation to bring people to hospital as required.
Well, that's the case at G&E. I mean, there was a very public case where a person wasn't receiving treatment until there was a loud community outcry about it. And then I understand he was taken to hospital, different person, but nonetheless, I'm not sure it is automatically the case that there's no hesitation.
They turned the ambulance away for that case. They turned the ambulance away from the front gate. You know that, Mr. Escazera. So to say that...
If I might, I wouldn't mind responding to that particular claim because it's something that caused a lot of distress amongst the community generally. I can't tell you the number of independent people who picked up on social media news of that incident. The moment we heard about that incident, we satisfied ourselves that the person had indeed seen by a doctor and had been triaged by a specialist who both determined that the person needed no additional medical intervention at that time. So their hospitalisation, you're quite right, an ambulance was called 3 times to the hospital when it wasn't necessary. So 3 times an ambulance crew was taken off their usual route when they could have been serving the needs of somebody else for a person who didn't need it, who'd been seen by a doctor, not by a lawyer who seemed to be making these complaints, by a doctor who said that this person did not need that. They went to the local hospital for a period of time where they didn't have surgery, where it was confirmed that they did not have the condition that the lawyer was actually saying that the person did have. So it was a highly
They didn't have surgery because that couldn't be provided there and was scheduled for later surgery at another facility. Deputy Commissioner, tell the whole story.
I don't want to get into the debates of the clinical circumstances with you because that is private information, but I think...
Well, if you're going to tell part of it, you can't inappropriately tell part of the story. He was scheduled for surgery at another facility. It could not be provided at the facility he was taken to. It wasn't that he didn't need surgery, it's that it couldn't be provided at that facility. And to tell only half the story is not doing this committee service.
I can add just another detail to that, though. He was triaged by someone who said that he needed surgery within 90 days, not within 10 days.
Okay, we'll come back to this because I have a whole bunch of questions about medical treatment, but for the moment I just want to stick to COVID. So so your official documents talk about an isolation period of 10 days. Is that the correct
Yes, 10 days is
process? Right.
what we're looking at the moment, yes.
Okay, so there are reports that in fact people are getting locked in their cells for sometimes weeks at a time. So we've heard reports that that's happened in Bay, I think also Bathurst and some other facilities because of a backlog in tests. What is going on? It's completely unacceptable to be leaving people locked in cells for weeks at a time.
I think, as you're describing, the circumstances around quarantine and isolation, at the moment it's a 10-day period. For someone who's on quarantine, it was 14 days. It's been reduced down to 10 days. What can happen for someone, though, is they can be in isolation. The clock, unfortunately, starts several times if the person's had an exposure. So routinely, someone's in that environment on quarantine for this period, I'm now down to 10 days. if they then, during that, subsequently become in contact with someone, so they've come out of that area and they've gone into an area where there's been some type of outbreak that hasn't been contained, which hasn't happened that often, then that person could actually get picked up in another round of days of isolation. So there are strict expectations around timeframes. So timeframe is a minimum timeframe, and Justice Health review each case and make a decision based on the clinical presentation of the person and their results from testing.
So I'm glad to hear there are expectations around this, but it is happening where, and it has been reported, that there are people being locked up for weeks, locked in cells for weeks, and it's reported because of a backlog in testing. How is that possible?
I don't believe there is any backlog in testing, so I'm not sure where that's come from. I have heard that complaint, and we've asked Justice Health about that. The advice that we have from Justice Health is there is no delay, that there's no... I mean, we've moved to rapid antigen testing for a start, so that actually can happen in real time on the spot.
When did that happen?
I'll have to get back to you on the date in relation to that.
Is it recently, though? I assume it's...
Not that recently, no. It would be several weeks ago, or if not more than a month ago.
Okay, so, I mean, these are reports that are from this month, that people are still being locked up for weeks at a time. So how is that possible, and how often
without knowing the individual case, it would be hard to say, but it's certainly not because they're not being seen by Justice Health and not being removed from quarantine if that's necessary. I suspect it's because they're in a place where the clock has started several times because of their exposure from one event and then another event that means that you have to start again and start the countdown to see if you're being exposed to another person. So not from quarantine, that wouldn't happen because people are effectively quarantined, but if they've moved out of quarantine into another environment, they could find themselves in a situation where they're locked down for longer days.
So you say they could find themselves in that situation. I say people are finding themselves in that situation. Can you give me some details on how many, how long, where this is happening?
Luke, we did have a process called staging. So once the 10 days was complete, we were staging them in other facilities before we released them into the mainstream. And I know there were issues associated with the staging at some, and it maybe those things you're referring to where they had to spend longer in so it could have potentially been 10 days plus another 14 days as a result of exposure in those staging areas. So the staging areas were areas where we didn't isolate people in their cells. We actually allowed them to mix, and if there was somebody in there that was COVID positive, that may well have then caused a further quarantine period.
Okay, so are there any circumstances where people have been locked in their cells for more than 10 days?
Well, there would have been, yes.
So can you give us some examples of how that would have happened?
Well, just as I said, they would have been exposed to an event, just as the Deputy Commissioner talked about, exposed to another event.
Sorry, I thought you said that there were people in those situations where they were at least able to mix in
Yeah, they were able to mix in the staging.
I'm talking about individual people being locked in a cell for what is suggested and reported, sometimes weeks at a time. Is that happening?
As I said initially, people were in quarantine for at least 2 weeks. Then at the end of that time, subject to their presentation. If a person was in quarantine for 2 weeks and they're symptomatic, then there'd be another requirement for them to remain in beyond that time.
What's the longest time someone's been isolated in that way?
I'd have to take that on notice. I haven't got that information.
If you could take that on notice, and also where and how many people were impacted. And so the reports about a backlog of testing, sorry, you're saying that's not the case because it's
but based on exactly the statements and whatever is arousing your interest in it, we take an interest in people's complaints about it, and we had a discussion with Justice Health, who advised us that the suggestion was that there were staffing shortages or some activity like that was causing people to be kept in quarantine, for a longer period than was necessary, which is something that we wouldn't like to see either. So we did communicate with Justice Health and establish from their perspective that there was no problem with that. No staffing problem was causing people to stay in there for longer.
Okay, how are you going with staffing? So what did we say, 1,400 odd? I haven't got the figures, but you'll remind me, staff have been impacted and tested positive for COVID. What are the current numbers in terms of staff, actually, just as a side question?
The number of people who are absent from work who are COVID positive? Do you have the number there?
No.
I think it's something around 100 staff. I think at its peak, we had, up to 700 people away from our system custodial staff on any one day, and that included people who'd been close contacts and people who were positive. The numbers have really significantly declined now. I think there would be less than 200 people on any one day who are either a close contact isolating or positive, and that's out of a very large workforce.
Yes. And when it was at the peak, did that result in people being locked in for longer periods?
Yeah, certainly there was, difficulty staffing facilities, and I know at that facility where MRC where we were keeping, at times we were up to 49 staff short on any given day when we were at that peak of 600 to 700 staff isolating all with positive around the system.
But did that result in people being locked in for long periods of time? I mean, I would imagine it would be a factor, given
it certainly was a factor.
Peak,
but given that MRR was an area where we were quarantining people, it didn't have a huge impact on the bulk of the inmates in that facility.
Okay. Can I come back to where I started in terms of assaults and incidents involving staff? Can you give me, please, some information, Minister, I'll start with you, but whoever you want to refer to, about, so I detailed a couple of incidents, major incidents that have happened just over the last couple of weeks, but of course there was one from 2020 that resulted in some action from last week. Have there been any other assaults of that nature that I haven't spoken about today that aren't publicly?
Can I say, I'll ask the Commissioner, but just saying that unfortunately it does happen anywhere between, people pushing past people and spitting on people to actually, these other, they're all serious, to these horrific injuries that some of our officers face. So again, I should reiterate that we need to make sure that we set examples to those inmates that do commit these assaults, that they get punished. But
you can give me, and perhaps I might limit the question to people where it's impacted their ability to work. So if they've had time off work as a consequence of an assault or an incident, and or workers' comp.
I can certainly give you figures of the number of staff that have been assaulted and resulting in an injury, but some of those staff come straight back to work.
Yep.
They don't actually take workers' compensation; they continue working. So in 2019, 2020, there were 311 assaults on staff by inmates, and in 2021 there were 233. Assaults on staff involving injury. As at February, 28th of February this year, since July, there have been a total of 175 assaults involving injury on staff.
And what kind of, what are the kinds of things that are happening to staff?
Well, the serious ones, you have talked about some of the serious assaults that have taken place, but a lot of times, these assaults take place during use of force when inmates are non-compliant. But often, there's an assault that doesn't require an officer to go off work, but generally, these assaults are serious and we take them very seriously, and we want to make sure that our workplaces are as safe as possible from physical assault.
So then I'll come back to, Minister, the letter that you wrote to the union last week, which of course I now can't find, but it doesn't matter, I'll remember it. So outlining your position on what additional consequences there should be. You say you have a view on it, but what is the government actually planning to do in this regard?
It's probably best, as I don't control the legislation and that part of it, we actually control people whilst they're in jails. I've working closely with the AG at getting these changes and the recommendations, all 11 recommendations, brought forward as soon as possible.
And I do understand that it is ultimately for the Attorney General, but what work is being done, other than you offering an opinion to the union last week, which I understand you've done, what work is being done on this? Well,
you'll have to ask the AG in terms of how he's progressing those matters, but I would expect shortly that we will have some news to announce in terms of the changes that we need to make to better protect our officers. When I first became aware, it was early in February, far before that we've seen the industrial action. I wrote to the AG expressing my support for the Sentencing Council's recommendations.
Okay, there's got to be something else that you can provide in relation to that. So I can expect some news soon. The officers watching can expect some news soon. But what does that mean?
I would imagine, without, I don't want to mislead. I'm just trying to say what I can. There's a process that needs to go before Cabinet, and then Cabinet needs to make those decisions in terms of the government response. But I would expect those to be done within a month. But I can't predict it because I can't disclose what happens in Cabinet, unfortunately.
Understood. But are the discussions around, say, additional or tougher sentences? Are they around internal sanctions?
They're about those,
are they around concurrent sentencing?
conditions, the Sentencing Council's recommendations.
Okay. I don't think I'll get any more specific than that, and I have 3 seconds. So over to you.
No, it's
fine.
If you keep asking
detailed
questions
in
of
that
the
sense.
Minister, you're going to keep getting answers like that. So that's your choice.
All yours.
Commissioner, are you aware that there were 2 deaths? Commissioner, I know you were aware of the 2 deaths in rapid succession in Junee on the 26th and 29th of January. Have you spoken directly with your equivalent at GO to determine what their responses have been to those 2 deaths within 3 days?
Yes, I speak regularly with all the private sector providers, but with respect to those issues, they are the subject of coronials, and I would not be, discussing anything in detail with him while those coronial and police investigations are taking place.
Well, did you discuss with the head of GO, if we're talking about coronials, the 2 very recent coronial reports and findings about the woeful inadequacies of GO, which led to 2 other deaths of First Nations inmates? Did you speak to GO about, you talk about coronials, yes, they're important. There have been 2 in the last 2 years. Did you raise with GO the gross inadequacies identified in those 2 coronial reports?
Certainly, the processes that take place there are a death in custody review committee. I might hand over to Assistant Commissioner Scaceri.
No. I'm more than happy to hear from Assistant Commissioner Scaceri, but I'm asking you, when you met with GO and you spoke about the 2 deaths that happened in 3 days, did you raise with GO the fact that in the last 2 years there have been 2 damning reports of their treatment, 2 damning sets of findings from different coroners about the deaths of 2 First Nations inmates at Junee? Did you raise that with them?
No, I didn't raise that with them because there was another process in place where we go through in detail the recommendations that come out of those coronials. And if anything needs to be raised at my level with GO, then it comes through the Assistant Commissioner.
Well, are you aware of the fact that Danny Whitten, a 25-year-old Wanneroo man, died in Junee, I think in November 2015? And for whatever reason, it took 6 years for that coronial to be handed down just in November of this year. Were you aware of that and of the findings in that coronial that was handed down only 3 months ago?
Look, I'm aware that there's a significant backlog of coronials. I wasn't aware of the timeframe of that individual coronial inquiry, no.
Or were you aware that that found woefully inadequate medical treatment, which allowed Mr. Whitten to overdose on paracetamol and then to be retained, then to be not transferred and not have his medical condition escalated, which led to him dying from a paracetamol overdose? Were you aware of that? At GO, the same place where just this year 2 other inmates have died in their cells without medical treatment?
as I said, I will get that information through from Assistant Commissioner Scacera, and I'll be taking appropriate action with GEO if that is deemed necessary.
But surely you should have had that information with you when you went and saw GEO about the two most recent deaths, that they've got form. They've got form. And if you didn't know they had form, how can you hold them to account?
Well, it is a little unfair to be holding them to account for incidents that have occurred in recent times, 2 deaths, where I do not know the cause of death, and that will be the subject of a coronial.
But we do know the cause of death of Mr Whitten, and in significant measure it's the negligence and incompetence of GEO. But if you didn't know that, how can you do your job and hold them to account?
As I said, I haven't received that information.
Yeah, look, Chair, I might be able to help there.
I'll come to you in a second, Assistant Commissioner, I will, and I'll give you the chance to speak to it. But Commissioner, I said that there were 2 coronials in the last 2 years. Did you know about the coronial findings in relation to another First Nations man, Mr Hogan, who died more recently, died on the 3rd of February 2018 in Junee? And again, the damning findings against GEO about the woeful lack of assistance that he had, medical assistance that he had, leading up to his very preventable death. Were you aware of that when you went and spoke to GEO?
No. I wasn't aware. As I said, we have a process where Assistant Commissioner Scacera chairs a committee that looks at all the recommendations from the coronials, and if matters need my attention, they will be referred through.
Well, in that case, Mr Hogan repeatedly reached out for mental health assistance, repeatedly, time after time after time, and none was provided, and then he took his life. If you're not aware of it, how can you do your job and hold GEO to account?
Well, I need to see the information coming through from the processes we have in place to make sure that we consider all the issues. And as I said, if things require my attention, that will be referred through to me, and I'll take it up with the GEO.
Well, those recommendations in relation to Mr Hogan's death are now almost 2 years old. Have they all been implemented?
So they were all accepted, and I'll have to take the implementation that we've covered them all off over the last years, but they're all accepted by both the corrective services and GEO. The unfortunate deaths are always unfortunate in any circumstance. In Mr Hogan's case, he was actually seen by mental health, but again, the adequacy of the service was reviewed, and the coroner did find that they wanted more. Those steps were taken to provide greater mental health at Junee.
That is an understatement of the first order. I could read out some of the coroner's findings in relation to the grossly inadequate treatment, Ms Scacera, but that is the understatement. That is an extraordinary understatement of the lack of care and attention that was given to Mr Hogan.
You'll find that the response from GEO, which should be tabled as well on the website, was to improve and increase the range of mental health services available at Junee. Junee has undertaken and gone through a change in terms of we now have maximum security and more fresh custody inmates at that centre. So there are different complexities to the original contract that was put out some 15 years ago.
Well, are there 3 full-time equivalent Aboriginal health worker positions based at Junee Correction Centre, Mr Scacera? That's a pretty simple test. Are there?
Again, I'd have to take on notice whether all 3 are there. It's a very hard struggle to find Aboriginal support workers in most of our jails, and to cover off on those. Again, it's not a job that is attracted to a lot of people. There's a lot of trauma associated with those roles as well, but every effort is made to connect people with their kin as much as possible.
Well, if you can tell me which of the 6 recommendations in the Hogan coronial have been implemented,
We can provide
and if they haven't been implemented, why?
Yes, I can provide those.
Can you provide me with the same information about the 9 recommendations in relation to the tragic death of Mr Whitten?
I can provide those as well, yes.
Mr Scacera, you said that Junee provides adequate, proper reference to medical treatment, including ambulances, as and when needed. Mr. Whitten didn't get an ambulance, did he, in time?
That was a decision at the time of the staff on site. Again, I can't go back.
But you knew he didn't get an ambulance on time. You knew he died, partly because he wasn't taken out of the prison and given adequate treatment in time. You must have known that when you gave your answer earlier. And I'm just testing with you whether or not that was just a mistake.
Procedures and policies were changed post that death in custody. So I do believe there is more than adequate medical care at Junee. Again, I'm not a qualified person to give an answer on the quality of care because I'm not a clinician. Our colleagues in Justice Health have responsibility for the oversight of the actual medical quality and care component. And if they haven't raised anything directly with me, then again, I would assume that the care is adequate.
Commissioner, will you undertake to review or seek a review of not only these last two coronial investigations, but also the adequacy of GO's response to those recommendations? Will you undertake to do that review, given that there have been yet 2 more deaths, both for medical reasons, in the same facility this year?
Yes, I'll talk to Assistant Commissioner Scicera about that, and we'll meet in relation to those 2 deaths.
How many deaths does it take, preventable deaths, does it take to take the contract off GO? 2, 4, 10? How many until this private corporation loses its contract and the profits that it takes from the people of New South Wales for imprisoning people? How many deaths at their hands does it take?
I think that's a little unfair, that question.
Well, I've given you 2 where the coroner found the culpability of GO were material contributing factors to the deaths. So there's 2. How many?
We have a contract with GO, and there are a whole range of KPIs that are contained in that contract. We monitor them. We have monitors on site, Justice Health oversights. If we get to a point where we feel that operator is not delivering, then we would take some action. But, at this point in time, I'm not going to give you a number of deaths that are going to take place before we took action in some of that nature.
Avoiding preventable deaths, is that one of the KPIs? In which case, can you provide in detail the contractual provision that holds them to account in that regard?
Yes, we can. In fact, those contractual provisions are on, the website, so you can look at that yourself.
You can identify the one that relates to deaths, preventable deaths.
We've got quite a hefty charge event, what we call a charge event for deaths in custody. It costs the operator $500,000 in the event that there is a death that was attributed to their failure to provide adequate services. The service specifications go into what are minimum standards and requirements for the care of individuals, including all health care. So we can provide you with information as to what the standards are.
And can you provide us with any evidence that they were held to account for those standards in relation to the preventable deaths of Mr. Whitten and Mr. Hogan?
The former contract, which unfortunately Mr. Whitten and Mr. Hogan fell under, was different to today's regime. 2 years ago, we swapped out that regime that previously existed, so I can provide you with the contractual arrangements or requirements at the time. They are very different today.
Has there been any accountability under the contract, even if it's the prior contract with GO, for these 2 preventable deaths? Have they at least paid some kind of financial penalty for letting 2 Aboriginal men die on their watch?
I'd have to take that on notice because I wasn't the Assistant Commissioner at the time, but I could get that information to you.
Commissioner, you're aware of the case, the workers' compensation case brought by former prison officer Brett Fitzpatrick?
Yes.
Yep. And I think you've met with Mr. Fitzpatrick?
I haven't personally met.
Former Commissioner?
The former Commissioner may have, yeah.
You know that he first commenced those proceedings, well, the claim, some 6.5 years ago. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And then apparently corrective services still haven't completed their actions in relation to his matter. Is that right?
Can I assist Mr. Shoebridge?
You can, Mr. Tibble.
Thank you. I acknowledge, Mr. Shoebridge, that this has been a very protracted process. This committee is aware that CIRA undertook its review. This committee is also aware, I believe, in evidence provided by my predecessor at its last hearings late last year, that an independent review was undertaken to look at the findings of CIRA. I can indicate that.
Are you talking, sorry, Mr. Tibble, just so we're clear, there have been so many reviews on this case. There's the KPMG review, there's the CIRA review,
Yes.
there's the EY report, and then now there's the Piper-Alderman investigation.
Yeah.
Which are you talking about?
I'm referring to the Piper-Alderman report,
Right.
which has been of particular interest to myself, because I have been keen to ensure that the recommendations of the CIRA review as an incoming secretary are taken seriously, and that we do all we can to look after our staff, and the manner in which we deal with compensation claims. In respect of the Piper-Alderman report, I, to satisfy my mind, and with a view to having this matter completely rounded out, have asked the Office of the General Counsel in the department to undertake a final review of any matters arising in the report undertaken by Piper-Alderman.
Well, the time frame, as I understand it, is there was the initial complaint, then the CIRA and the KPMG reports were done.
Yes.
There was, for some reason, a parallel investigation done by EY. Can you explain why Ernst Young did a parallel investigation? And if so, who undertook it and at what cost?
Mr. Shoebridge, I am not able to advise the cost, but I'm certainly happy to report that back to the committee and take that on notice. In terms of the EY report, my primary focus in recent weeks has been the CIRA report and the Piper-Alderman report. I am not particularly aware of the EY report, but I'm happy to report back to the committee in relation to it.
Can you provide the committee on notice if the EY report was commissioned and paid for by your department, what its purpose was and what the cost was? And can you also provide the same information about the Piper-Alderman report?
Yes, I can, Mr. Shoebridge.
It's true, isn't it, that one of the reasons the Piper-Alderman report was required was because your department refused to accept the position of CIRA and wanted to test it again, and therefore further delay and further expense has been occasioned, including the commissioning of the Piper-Alderman report.
I would acknowledge that this has been a very protracted process, which has been difficult for all parties involved.
Well, the Piper-Alderman report was yet another defensive measure brought by the department to try and stave off the deeply, deeply critical findings that CIRA had come to. Yet another defensive measure from the department. Rather than accepting change and taking on board the report and the recommendations from CIRA, yet more public money was spent trying to defend the indefensible. That's what happened, isn't it, Mr. Tibble?
That is what I acknowledge that is one characterisation of that report.
And at the end of the day, the Piper-Alderman investigation, and heaven knows how much expense and delay, has basically acknowledged all of CIRA's findings. Hasn't it, Ms. Tibble?
The Piper-Alderman report has been particularly focused on the aspects of CIRA's focus, but with a particular focus on actions arising in relation to staff.
Ms. Tibble, it confirmed all of CIRA's findings, didn't it? It said what CIRA found and those damning conclusions of CIRA was right.
On my knowledge of it, it did not dispute or disagree with the findings of CIRA.
So what on earth have we gained from yet more expense and yet more delay and more procrastination, other than what I put to you earlier, yet more effort to defend the indefensible?
Can I say, Mr. Shoebridge, that the department has accepted and for my part as an incoming secretary, I appreciate the vital role and the statutory mandate played by CIRA. The recommendations by CIRA have been accepted. Significant changes have been made. In terms of the speed of the process, there has been a significant increase in the number of staff working to deal with the claims of corrective services, and the case load of those dealing with those claims is now way smaller. The focus that I will have on is ensuring that all of the issues around this are resolved and that there is finality to implementing the implementations of CIRA, as well as ensuring that all parties involved throughout this very, very difficult series of events are dealt with justly.
Will you provide the committee with a copy of that report, the Piper Alderman report?
Mr. Shoebridge, I would be able to do that. I would seek to just in terms of the privacy and the confidentiality of...
I'm more than happy for you to take it on notice for that purpose.
But I'm certainly happy to provide it, Mr. Shoebridge.
Ms. Tibble, of the 3 injury managers who had caustic findings against them for their conduct, by pretty much all, as I understand, all 4 of the reports, 1 has left, but 2, in fact, the two main officers, injury management officers involved, still work in their roles and still work with injured corrections officers. How is that the case?
Mr. Shoebridge, I am unaware of that aspect. I'm happy to take that on notice and inquire about it and appropriately report back to the committee.
And finally, before I hand back to the opposition, Minister, this entire sorry saga has seen Mr. Fitzpatrick substantially in the red for legal expenses to simply get a human and decent and lawful response from your department and from Corrective Services New South Wales. Will you meet with Mr. Fitzpatrick and speak with him about options to ensure that he is not out of pocket? And it could be in the tune of close to $170,000 for legals for this.
Yes, I will meet with Mr. Fitzpatrick and...
Opposition.
Been to hell and back. You should meet with him. Thank you, Chair. Can I ask about the repeated situation that seems to be occurring at Parklea in relation to inmates rioting? So I asked about this at the last estimates hearing with the former minister. Of course, there was a riot, I think it was on the 1st of July, so July last year. And I understand there was going to be some sort of report or review done into that. I'm not talking about what's happening in terms of police charges, the review of the actual riot. Where are we at with that, and can you give me some information about it?
I'll ask the Commissioner or any of the staff here, Commissioner, otherwise we'll take it on notice in terms of the status of that report and that incident that you mentioned. We'll take it on notice.
So have you got any information about any findings or changes or consequences of the riot at Parklea in July last year?
I hadn't seen a report, but obviously we get an update on exactly what has occurred in terms of the incident itself. And as we are aware, there was significant damage in Area 5A from inmates that firstly gained in access and onto the roof at Parklea, which then made it quite unsafe for officers who withdrew from the area to form up again and then come in to quell the riot. But by that stage, inmates internally had lit multiple fires, which led to the damage that you saw probably on the news footage as well.
So I did ask about this last time, and I was told it was a matter for the insurance company, but surely we've moved on since then. What is the cost of the damage?
Yes, the insurance, again, it's Corrective Services or the department will not be paying it. It is MTC's insurance. They valued it at approximately $8.8 million worth of damage.
8.8 million. And is there any information on how it was possible for, again, I know there are matters before the courts, I'm not sure where they're up to, but you're welcome to provide, if any of those concluded, you're welcome to provide some information. Well, in fact, I'll ask that first.
They haven't concluded, no, they're still before the courts.
Okay. But can you provide any information on how it was possible back then for people to be able to cause damage like that, set fires to mattresses, blockade part of the building?
Look, our infrastructure is as such that it doesn't take much to ignite. You can use the sockets, unfortunately, to place objects in that will create a spark, and then with toilet paper, etc., you've got the commencement of material that will burn. The lexicon that's used on the windows is some 20 years old and obviously doesn't have the same fire retardant as current materials would have. That will be replaced and are being replaced for that area. So it does mean that once a fire does commence, that it can take hold quite quickly. Clearly, as I said, the staff had to withdraw initially to make sure that they were safe. Once people gain access to the roof, it can become unsafe quite quickly, particularly if they're throwing projectiles from the roof down. There were also a couple of weak points within that roof infrastructure which saw the ability to break through some plastic moulding that was like a skylight, which allowed that access to the roof. So again, that's been repaired and modified with mesh that won't allow anyone to break through it. But again, it is an older part of the infrastructure. It's not as new as other parts of the facility.
So what's the timeline for repairing or replacing some of that stuff, particularly, say, the having fire retardant materials?
Yes, we're in the process of replacing all of it in Area 5. 5A is currently going through the repair process. It should be back online within the next month or so. They were saying April, May should be back to full working order. We've also replaced the lexicon that was in existence in 5C, and we're going to do 5B as well.
And what's the cost of all of that?
Again, that's being met by the operator, MTC.
Is that included in the 8.8 million, or are these additional?
It's separate too.
And did they face any penalties for that in their contract?
The 5A, yes, but we haven't finalised those contractual positions yet. So we're still in negotiations and discussions around the final amount, but they will be hit with charge events for that.
With charge events. So that's July last year. And then, of course, in January this year, on the 19th of January, there was another riot. And there was another, well, can you give us some information on what happened then?
Yeah, so that was in Area 5C, as I've alluded to. So again, the area was able to be compromised by inmates that were being released. They lit fires by, again, using the PowerPoints. And I must say, we've tried to scour the market to look for ways in which we can stop ignition from PowerPoints. And we may have to come up with some alternatives because there's very few devices out there that can do that, but there are alternatives that you can look at in terms of closing power as required. The inmates, it was quite a quick issue that, again, staff withdrew from the compound initially for safety and security purposes, reformed up, went in and quelled the disturbance quite quickly. Within 40 minutes it was under control, but during that time, as I said, a mattress was placed up against the lexicon, and the lexicon did ignite quite quickly. So generally lexicon or treated lexicon would not go up in flames that quickly, but given the 20-year plus age of that and the fact that it could have deteriorated with sun damage and weather damage, etc., it really needed replacement.
And what's the cost of that?
Again, MTC hasn't provided me with a final cost, but it will go into the hundreds of thousands, I'm assuming, but that's being met for by themselves.
And I assume there'll be penalties in place again because of this failure again?
Correct. So this one's slightly different. So this one is bed unavailability charge. So the contract has a number of elements to it, which allows us to look at the most appropriate way into making sure that the operator is always providing or able to provide either services or beds, in this case, available to the state to use. These beds are currently unavailable, but 5C should come online quite shortly if it's
Sorry,
not already.
so the place falls into complete disorder. There's fires and riots. It's not the first time, partly because of how it's been managed, and the penalty to the provider is a bed availability penalty. That's what they pay, a bed availability penalty.
Yeah, the bed unavailability payment is greater than. So the way the contract works is you look at the greater of the available events or the charges that you can impose upon in the contract, and the greater of the two is selected.
It seems incredible that the kind of disorder, the kind of mismanagement from that private provider, and the charge they get is a bed unavailability charge.
Right.
That seems that is extraordinary if that's the contract in place.
Yeah, it's quite significant. It will result in a significant amount of money, as I said, which is greater than the charge event available for riot or disturbance.
What is that amount of money likely to be?
The charge event for riot disturbance is 125 to 250,000. So this number will approach greater than that number.
But both things happened.
Well, that was the charge for the first riot, but for this the second riot in January with the bed.
It's the same charge event. So as I said, where you the way the contract works, where there are two components that you can look at in terms of how you assess the outcome in terms of a charge or liability or a penalty of some sort, then you can only choose it's your choice as to which ones you go with, but only one prevails, and generally the state looks at the one which is going to hit the pocket hardest.
Who wrote
we
this
looked at the
contract?
first time?
No, who wrote this contract?
Hang
We
on,
have two
is that
events,
what you looked at the
and they
first
get to
time?
choose.
Yep, and I'm asking questions about it. So in July last year, why did you choose the particular penalty?
That was the most appropriate at the time.
What does most appropriate mean?
So you would look at the reasons as to what occurred and what happened within the incident and how the response also incurred. There are some difficulties in that corrective services also. We were part of the resolution, so you do look at then how you make the decision as to what is the appropriate charge event. Again, these are legal contracts, so you have to work within the bounds of how they were created as well.
But you still have, the department still has discretion about what you'll do here. So is it a case of, oh, well, July, this is kind of the first time it's happened in a bit, so we'll just go a little easier. Oh, January, whoops, it's happening again, so we better ramp it up because, I'm about to come to the next one. There was, of course, another riot in February, around the 20th of February. So what was that about?
So again, that was in Area 6. 2 inmates were let out in the quarantine area for their daily exercise and access to phones, etc. They were unhappy about being in quarantine. They were fresh custody receptions, and so were required to be in quarantine. Again, the 2 staff, the worst staff that evacuated to make themselves safe, they barricaded the door on entry into the unit and set fire to the mattress, which then set fire to some electrical devices as well, a fridge and toaster, etc. So again, that was brought under control within 15 minutes of that particular issue occurring. Gas was deployed, so all inmates were evacuated to the external yard so they could be decontaminated and checked. It was a quarantine area, and hence why they were taken outside.
And they got a toaster unavailability charge.
Yeah, there's no toaster unavailability charge.
What was the charge in this case?
So again,
What
we're
is the
reviewing that
consequence?
incident now. We haven't made a determination on the charge event for that.
But you have discretion, presumably, so is it the same 2 options as last time? Are there other options?
Yep, there are options for us. Again, the charge event for damage or riot means that you have loss of control. There was no loss of control here. It came under control within 15 minutes of the event occurring, but we will look at the other components of the contract.
I don't know that I'd describe it as no loss of control. There were inmates who were able to set fire to a mattress, which set fire to a fridge, which set fire to a toaster and whatever else, and caused presumably a huge amount of damage, which I'll ask you about, but also quite a disruption to the place. 15 minutes or not, how is this happening for a third time in 7 months?
There was, again, no disruption to the way in which that unit operated. In terms of the clean-up, it was swift and quick. As I said, the incident was over in 15 minutes, and then the inmates were returned to their cells after they were decontaminated and checked outside.
But how can this happen? How are inmates for the third time in 7 months able to set fire to things and cause a riot in this facility? What is going on in this facility that it seems to be the only one where this is happening, at least in the last 7 months?
Look, I think fires are common across the system. I don't think it's unique to Parklea. As I said, it's not difficult to use the power socket to ignite toilet paper and the like. So there were 2 inmates. They were frustrated because of the quarantine system that was in place. So we do have heightened tensions now, given people who have come and gone from the system do have to do quarantine when they come back in as fresh custody inmates again.
But again, for the third time in 7 odd months, people were able to set fire to things, and the response is, oh, well, the sockets can, there's not much we can do. People can set fire to toilet paper. And I mean, surely after the first or second time, at the very least, you'd work out a mechanism to shut the power off?
Again, power was shut off in this case. So once the issue was, as soon as it was determined that a fire had been lit, all sockets were closed off. It's a newer part of the centre which has a more central distribution of power and other utilities. So again, that's why we were able to close things off quickly and then resolve the issues. We are dealing with maximum security inmates. So again, it is difficult. They do come, many are coming off drugs and alcohol as they present in the system at the front end. So you are dealing with a multitude of issues.
But as you say, it's a maximum security facility. So why are they not in maximum security? I understand that they would be coming off drugs and all kinds of other things, but they're completely in the control of corrections, even at Parklea, or the operator, but ultimately buck stops with you guys. How is this still happening for a third time?
Can I just say that I've had discussions with the operator about their capabilities. That first incident was, as you say, unacceptable. And what I've asked them to do is upgrade their capability in terms of responding to incidents. And as you can see from that last incident, they're able to get that under control much quicker. And so that's where I'm heading with that particular operator to make sure that they develop that capability and are able to respond in a way that we respond elsewhere in the system very rapidly. And I think the staff all around our system in Corrective Services New South Wales facilities, are the best in the country at responding to incidents.
And so you mentioned that fires happen all the time. Perhaps I'm paraphrasing, so you can correct me on the language of that. But how many other times has an incident like this occurred? Not so much a riot, but a fire being lit inside of a facility. Within
all facilities, look, it does occur. As I said, it's not unique to Parklea, so it definitely does occur. I don't have on me the statistics of how many fire events are reported, but fires do occur.
But are you able to provide it?
We will be able to provide information, yes.
Thank you. And in relation to all 3 of these incidents at Parklea, but also generally in terms of these kinds of disruptions. So I've asked about property damage, but what about, have there been implications for staff? Anyone been injured as a consequence of these?
Staff weren't injured, and so in all 3 events, again, I think it goes to the professionalism of all the staff and their training that they weren't injured, and so there have been no direct injuries from each of these.
What about your mates?
Inmates, yes. So obviously those that are contaminated with gas have to be cleared of that. Bruises and abrasions as they're being taken under control again occur. They all get reviewed by medical before they're put back into their cells or back into another location.
And how common are these riots? We saw there was only recently released footage, I think it might have been on that TV show, I forgot the name of it, Australia Behind Bars or whatever it is, of the riot at Wellington. The footage was quite confronting. How often are these things happening?
Well, they're happening rarely. I mean, that was something that occurred back, a couple of years ago. And I think the most significant event since then has been the Parklea incident with the loss of those cells. And, when you lose cells for that period of time, they cost that much to repair. It is completely unacceptable, and we need to be able to respond very rapidly to incidents to make sure that that sort of thing doesn't occur. And that's the sort of discussions I've been having with the operator at that facility.
Are they, the operator is Broad Spectrum?
MTC
Yes?
Broad Spectrum.
Are they able to manage this facility under the terms of their contract, or full stop as an organisation?
I believe they can, yes. And, the discussions we've had recently have meant that they have really increased their capability in this area. So I'm comfortable that they're able to respond to incidents very quickly now and get them under control.
There's 3 and 7 months.
That's right.
Okay. The bed penalty, how many beds were lost as a consequence of this?
There's 74 beds in each of those units.
Or in each of those, okay. And just because I've mentioned Wellington, can I ask where we're up to with those mice? that
Yes,
destroyed the
those
joint?
mice. Yes. Well, it's cost us $40 million. And, the facility is now operational again.
So it's operational as in everyone's back in, or?
Not everyone's back in. We're just gradually filling that facility back up again, which only commenced in the last week or so.
Yeah, okay. So literally about a week ago, you've started returning people?
Started to return people in. We were ready to bring them back earlier, but we were using some of the staff around the system with the amount of staff we had off with COVID. Mm.
Oh, yeah, right, okay. And so staff, what were the consequences? So $40 million, and what were the consequences for... So essentially people are still in other facilities?
Yeah, we're gradually bringing them back into Wellington.
What's the timetable for that, for it to be at full freight?
Yes, sorry, I have to take that one on notice. I'm not 100% certain of, when that is occurring. Obviously, with all the moves around the system with COVID, bringing COVID positive inmates in MWR, it's very difficult to pin down an actual timetable for something of that nature. And as I said, also, we were trying to work out what we were going to do with Windsor when we were thinking we had to evacuate 1,000 inmates from that facility, with the floods. So there's been a lot of planning going on with transport over the last few weeks. So apologies, I can't give you a precise answer on that.
No, but that's actually just a good question as a wrap-up. What are the consequences of the current flood situation for all of your facilities, particularly around the North Coast, I guess, but everywhere? Are any closed or likely to be?
No. The only issues we had was Emu Plains, where a number of facilities on there we had to evacuate, but we were able to bring inmates back to those facilities. But who knows, what the weather is going to bring, and we may well have to evacuate them again. Our other main concern is that Windsor site. If we get significant rainfall in the future, we may have to reinstate our plans there. So we've got some very good plans. Up north, it's a matter of staff not being able to get to the facilities and us having to operate them sort of on a skeleton staff basis.
Thanks.
While we're on floods, Commissioner, both Windsor and Emu Plains seem extremely vulnerable for flooding. Do you have an asset strategy going forward to address those flooding risks, and including tomorrow, if you have a look at the weather forecast?
Yeah. Well, we certainly have a long-term infrastructure strategy that, we've been working on for the last 8 or 9 years, which, we generally refresh and we look at where things are going with respect to that.
But does it include the flooding and climate risks of those two facilities, which seem to be the most vulnerable to flooding risks?
Yes, certainly those issues are part of the consideration for our long-term infrastructure strategy.
Well, do you have plans to close or relocate or flood-proof those facilities?
We would,
because from what we can tell, what was once a 1 in a 100-year flood is now coming into the Nepean
Yeah.
once every 5 years or so,
So,
or more.
you know, any infrastructure we put on, say, the Emu Plains site would have to be infrastructure that could be very easily evacuated and moved to other parts of the system. So you'd only probably look at minimum security facilities going on to that particular area. But we are certainly looking at Windsor as you know, what we need to do to make sure that we can continue to operate on site. We've only got limited metropolitan sites, and we need to make sure that you know, we use those to the fullest extent. I do have some information on Wellington, so it will be operating fully in 5 weeks' time.
And did you say it was $40 million to mouse-proof
40
Wellington?
million, no, not so much to mouse-proof, to repair the damage that the mice caused.
That's one hell of a mouse.
It's a huge.
mouse.
Yeah,
There's a big mouse, Mr. Shipman.
I'll go plural on that one.
Okay.
And about 70% of that was spent in the local community. So,
Well, if you can give a break on how much was repair and how much was mouse-proofing.
sure. Yep, we'll get that.
seems
If we can take that on notice.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mr. Scazzeri, the contract for Parklea was written only less than, what, 3.5 years ago?
Correct.
And yet, in circumstances where there's fire, there are assaults, there's riot, and there's the destruction of bed capacity, the contract doesn't allow for the true scale of what happened to be reflected in contractual penalties. Basically, MTC gets a get-out-of-jail-free card for all but the worst. Is that what happens under the contract?
I wouldn't describe it like that, Chair. I think that all modern contracts that have performance regimes in them have a hierarchy of how that performance regime will work, and particularly when it comes to charge and or abatement or monetary value outcomes. So the way in which this particular contract is structured, which I might add uses the Treasury template for New South Wales, which means a lot of this would be quite common and similar across various departments, not just our own. It does contemplate that where multiple events occur, that the greatest of the charge and or abatement is the one that's applied.
So if Parklea has a flood and it takes out beds, they get the same penalty as if through their mismanagement and gross mismanagement, the place descends into disorder and there's fire and riot and assaults and bed unavailability. The contract doesn't distinguish between the two. Is that what you're telling me? Because that's the template.
It's more nuanced than that. A flood would be a force majeure event, so there wouldn't be no charge.
Well, let's say that the piping breaks and the all gets flooded because they haven't maintained the piping.
So again, in the event that there were multiple issues that occurred, so let's say the piping broke, that could be through the maintenance and other issues. We would be looking across the charge events that exist for...
But if it makes beds unavailable, it's bed availability.
If that is the greater of the costs or the charges, that's what we would look at, yes.
So I put it to you again. Under this contract that's written only 3.5 years ago, Parklea gets a get-out-of-jail-free card for everything else. They can have riot, they can have fire, they can have assaults, they can have mismanagement, but if it leads to beds being unavailable, because that's the highest charge, they don't have to worry about the rest of it. It's just bed unavailability.
No, Chair, I think that's categorising it slightly incorrectly. So again, the regime is a little bit more than just bed unavailability or the highest event. Again, through those events that occur, and if there are multiple, you would then look at default notices. So the contract ratchets itself up in terms of penalty or what's available for the state to undertake.
Well, my colleague put to you 3 events in just 7 months. Have the default notices been issued? Are Parklea on notice that what's happening there is grossly unacceptable under the contract?
Yes, we have issued a number of default notices.
Can you provide copies of those default notices to the committee?
To the extent they're not commercial in confidence, yes, there will be some information that I can provide.
it'll be easier if you provide them here rather than having to go through SO52s, but that's, the more you can provide here, the less onerous that is further down the path.
Yeah, I will provide what I can.
How much have the operators been paid this financial year?
I would have to take that on notice as well.
What's the annual contract fee?
Look, it's approximately 78 million, between high 70s, low 80s. Again, the contract works on the number of beds that we are occupying in bands on any particular...
Oh, no, I understand it may...
day. Yeah, so it does...
Some fluctuation, but in the high 70s, low $80 million.
Correct.
And how much have they, after these 3 disturbances, riots, etc., how much have they been penalised?
Again, I'd have to take the quantum on notice.
Is it $1 million or more?
Again, I'd have to take it on notice because there are a number of, again, abatements exist within the performance regime on a monthly basis. It's not singular charge events that occur. The performance regime is a monthly performance regime.
But even, do you know how much, is there a daily rate for bed unavailability?
Correct.
What's the daily rate for bed unavailability?
Again, I don't have it in front of me. I'd have to take it on notice.
Well, it would be useful to know what, if anything, they've had to pay for having, 2 wings unavailable for a substantial period of time?
So, as I said in my earlier testimony, 5A has been dealt with a little bit differently, and that will come under the major disturbance charge event. 5C will come under bed unavailability.
All right. So 5A, the major disturbance charge event, is a one-off penalty of about $200,000. Is that right?
About $250,000, yeah.
All right. And then they can not have 74 beds available for weeks or months and pay $250,000.
So again, we go through the contractual requirements as to how that we will work through, and in terms of whose insurance and who will be paying for the fit out, etc. A lot of other aspects of this come into play before you determine the final events. Corrective Services did respond also to that incident, and so it does make it somewhat more difficult to work through, as there are legal issues you have to consider before you make all the final determinations. Because the repairs haven't been completed, and at this stage I haven't seen a final report, it's still open to us to keep these components available for us to make decisions. They can't be done until all the information's available.
Well, if you don't have to staff a 74-bed prison wing, you're likely to have substantially more savings if you're the private contractor than $250,000. They may make a profit out of this.
So, Chair, those 74 beds were not needed anyway under the contractual terms. Our banding's not to use Parklea at its highest level of bed capacity. So no, we're not paying for beds that we're not using.
Well, they may well have made a profit in not having to have the 74 beds available. They could have well made a profit from it. If all that they're going to get penalised for that is $250,000, they may think this is great, money in their pocket.
Yeah, I think I'll repeat what I said. We currently aren't using the facility to its maximum capacity, which means those beds are not available or don't need to be available to the state at this point in time, which also means that we're not paying for beds, so other parts of the facility can be opened to accommodate, to make sure that the beds that we are paying for are in use.
But nevertheless, you will get us on notice, and if you could this afternoon sometime, Mrs. Casera, that would be useful. How much the penalties have been to this provider in this financial year where all the riots have been happening.
Yep, I can do that.
Commissioner, I've had multiple concerns from family members about inmates being transferred to MRRC and they don't find out about it for weeks and weeks. They're not told about their family member being transferred to MRRC, and nor is the inmate told that the reason they're being transferred to MRRC is because they were COVID positive. So the inmate's not knowing and family members not knowing. Is there just a breakdown in communications in isolated cases? Is there a policy here? what's happening?
Certainly no policy, and inmates, if they're COVID positive, they will know. I can't believe that, an inmate is claiming that they wouldn't know that they were COVID positive. They would be tested, and that information would be given to them by Justice Health. So,
Well, is there a policy that they get told? Because, as I said, multiple concerned family members that say their family member has been transferred to MRRC, and the first thing they found out about it was when they were being dealt with at MRRC.
well, certainly, from my perspective, it would be unbelievable if an inmate was not told that they were COVID positive after testing positive.
Well,
And they would be told also them being moved to MRRC to a quarantine area whilst they're COVID positive. That information would be available to inmates.
well, can you satisfy yourself on notice what the policy is about informing inmates in these circumstances?
I shall, yes.
Assistant Commissioner, do you know what the policy is in place for the timely informing of family members when an inmate has tested COVID positive? If there is a policy in place?
I doubt that there's a policy about transferring. We generally don't provide information to inmates' families about transfers, except for in a range of circumstances if someone was taken to hospital, for instance. So a lot of those people aren't unwell. They're just, as a precautionary measure, they're being moved to another location. It wouldn't be our usual practice to provide advice to family members about a move under those circumstances. We don't do it normally.
What about if their family member is COVID positive? So there's no, the policy is families don't get told about an inmate testing COVID positive and being transferred to MRRC unless there's a later transfer to hospital. Is that the policy?
I'd suggest there is no policy about that specifically for transfer of COVID positive patients. There certainly is policy around people transferred to hospitals. Health information, of prisoners' health information is their own private information, and we don't routinely disclose that to family members unless there's a very particular reason to do so. And even with the hospital arrangement, I think we just say the person has gone to hospital. So, the move to the MRRC, as I said, isn't necessarily a move because the person requires hospitalisation or medical treatment. It's a move for better, management.
Commissioner, can you understand the level of anxiety in the family members when they simply don't know and nobody tells them whether or not their loved one is tested positive for COVID? The information vacuum is creating a huge amount of anxiety. Do you understand that?
Look, I certainly understand that is the case, and we have done our absolute best to be able to put in place systems for communication for those people in isolation and in quarantine. They haven't always been 100% successful, but we've done our best, and it's really up to the inmate to be talking to their family about their personal circumstances.
Deputy Commissioner Grant has just said there's no policy and system in place. So those two answers can't sit with each other.
Well, I just...
If I might add, in terms of information to families, that's a different point. I think your question was whether we routinely advise families of a move. That we don't do. However, we have set up a telephone number, so there's a call centre that families can call that's staffed 5 days a week. A person can call that number and make inquiries about a person's location and other details about what's happening with COVID. It hasn't been very well subscribed, if I must say so.
Well, don't you think a more sensible approach would be to, if inmate tests positive, and assuming they know this, they're asked whether or not their immediate next of kin, who you have details of, can be notified about their COVID positive so the family can find out. I mean, privacy seems to be a shield for inaction in some regards in this space.
If a person consented, I suppose that's a circumstance. I'd have to have some consideration with the Commissioner about that, because there's also a general principle with moves of escorts that we don't like to advise people on escorts on the road. So we have the risk of people on escort being intercepted by people who have got bad intentions in relation to disrupting the escort. So our practice historically has been not to tell people that there's a person going on escort from a maximum security prison going from Bathurst, not to Bathurst, or Lithgow to Sydney or something like that. That wouldn't be something we would want to avoid.
You could easily inform once somebody had arrived. That doesn't seem to be an insurmountable problem. The problem is family members have no idea, and the vacuum causes enormous anxiety. Have you explored these options about if someone tests positive, saying, okay, your family may want to know, is it okay if we tell your nominated next of kin? If they say yes, family knows. If they say no, well, they choose to tell it in their own time if they do. It just seems the most obvious way of reducing the anxiety.
I'm aware of individual circumstances that does occur, but I think you're correct in saying we don't have a policy around it. It's something we can definitely look at.
Look, you make a good point there, though. So we will have a discussion about that and see what we can do.
You see, I mean, one of the reasons why there are all these rumours and all this anxiety, some of which escalates, and I've had people raise concerns about potential deaths in custody, which then get a run on social media and, thousands of likes on posts, which when then I go and test, I'm able to confirm that there was no death in custody and some of the anxiety drops down. But it's this information vacuum in the absence of family visits that I think you have an obligation to try and fill, Commissioner. Do you agree?
Yes. We'll certainly take it under consideration and have a discussion about it.
If I'd say it would be good as well to advertise the fact, and we can do more about that we do have this telephone line. It's been in existence for some time for families to call to find out the location of their person. There's a protocol for establishing the identity of their family and their connection to the person. We've been running that for several years. It's available now. Any family member can ring up during business hours, Monday to Friday, and make an inquiry on that number, which is listed on our website.
Well, if you rapidly share that with the committee, we can attempt to disseminate that ourselves. Commissioner, are you aware about the Compulsory Drug Treatment Correctional Centre
I am
program?
aware. Yes, I am aware of it.
Where does it operate from?
It operates on that Parklea site.
Are you aware that it has been largely non-operational because of COVID reasons?
I'm not aware that it's largely non-operational.
Well, what's its current status?
As far as I'm aware, that it's still operational and fulfilling the bulk of its
Mr.
functions.
Schubert, you might be making a reference to the second stage of the program, which allows people to go in and out of the correctional centre on a daily basis.
So
for a period
it's a
of time,
three-stage
they've been
program,
suspended.
is my understanding.
Yeah, so stage 2 is going in and out of the jail, which, as you can imagine, presents a particular risk of transmission of someone coming in and out of jail. Stage 3 is effectively in the community full time. It's like a type of home detention arrangement.
Yeah. So the first stage has the intense workshops inside the correction facility.
Right.
Is that operating?
Well, we have had restrictions on program delivery in some facilities. We are lifting those restrictions, so that would start operating again soon.
Given the benefit of the CDTP, can you explain why it wasn't operating?
Well, the only reasons that it wouldn't be operating is due to COVID, as the Deputy Commissioner just stated. Stage 2 requires visits into the community.
Well, I can understand how stage 2 may have difficulties.
Yep.
But stage 1 operates entirely inside the facility. Why isn't that operating? COVID can't be an excuse not to put people through drug treatment.
I think individualised treatment is something that's continued through COVID, but we have placed restrictions on some group-based activities, particular points in the disease, where you can't have a room that's is not large enough to have adequate social distancing, and you don't want to expose someone to a person facilitating that in a group of, say, 8 to 10 people or whatever the number might be.
Can you provide on notice what the current state of the CDTP program is and when it was last fully operational?
Yeah, we can certainly provide that on notice.
And I say this because I've had, and I may not be the only MP who's had this, men in the program who are literally in tears because they thought they had a chance. And they were in the program and they thought they were getting their life on track and they wanted to get back to their families through this program, and it's been taken off them. Can you provide us on notice with what the status of that program is?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so we've got a couple of minutes left, right? So I want to ask...
No more than a
well,
couple
we've
of
got-
minutes, Tara. Like 2.
Okay, quick question. Well, the Minister's here. Minister, are you aware of the COVID support fund, this magical mystery fund where departments can access money to spend on COVID-related things?
If it's, well, I'm not aware of any magical fund, that's for sure, but I understand that the Treasurer, depending upon which Treasurer we have, allows for us to put up different things to tackle COVID in the past.
And there are some reports from people within this department, I don't know if it's corrections proper, so that's why I'm asking, but within communities and justice, that there has been money spent on whatever people might have felt like spending it on and just sending it to that account. New carpet, anything like that? Is there anything like that been
There is nothing that I'm aware of that are those allegations that corrections have used money inappropriately according to what the Treasurer. I've even discussed the matter with the Commissioner. I don't know if you have anything to add.
I'm aware of the allegations that were made, and I raised this with our business partner, finance business partner, and was assured that they're monitoring all the expenditure that is allocated to COVID, and she knows of no carpets and things of that nature that being...
If I might explain, we have we don't have an account. We've got an activity code that's attached to expenditure that people relate to COVID, and one of our accounts people goes through that to see and make sure that things are appropriately allocated to it. We've received the only funding we've received additional to our usual budget for COVID is for the specific purpose of cleaning. We've received no additional money. We're actually doing everything else within our budget.
Right.
Maria,
I mean, you would
can I-
understand why I'd ask. This is in the broader department.
Absolutely.
Yes.
It certainly fits within.
There's only 2 more minutes. You take the whole lot and explore this and do it properly if you want.
Okay. Well, this is the last question, but for the, yes, Secretary, if you...
I can be brief, Chair. The department is not aware of any such allegations in terms of specific allegation. I would stress that any staff member who believes misconduct is taking place should immediately report it to the Conduct and Professional Standards branch, and if any member of the Parliament is wishing to approach me about any matter, I'm very keen to engage.
Commissioner, do you know how much has paid to, in the last financial year and in this financial year to date, to the 3 different private operators for Junee, North Coast and Parklea?
I've certainly seen those figures, but I can't recall them right now, so if I could take that on notice.
If you could assist us with it after lunch, that would be really helpful. What was paid in the last financial year and how much has been paid to date?
Yes.
That would be of assistance. And the individual whose name begins with L on the post that I shared, can you satisfy yourself whether or not she works for any of those private operators?
Commissioner, I can add, she does not.
You've checked in the time, Mr. Scacera?
Yep.
And do you know if she has worked for a private operator since 2012?
Not that I was made aware of, but I know that formally she was working for a operator, but that was quite a while ago.
All right. If you can give any details on notice, and it may be you wish to give it in a confidential manner, Mr. Scacera, that would be appreciated.
Yep.
That, unfortunately, is time for this morning. Thank you, Minister, for your assistance today. Your excuse for the afternoon's hearings.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Welcome back to this afternoon's session of budget estimates for the portfolio of corrections. And Ms. Tibble, did you have...
Look, I did.
Yeah, clarification?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify my response to a question that, Chair, you asked earlier today about the Piper-Alderman report. And just to clarify, that report was a directed response to the CIRA findings and it was commissioned to essentially to guide our response to CIRA. I just wanted to make the point that not all the Piper-Alderman findings are consistent with the findings of CIRA. And I, of course, will provide further information to the committee that I undertook to earlier, but I just wanted to clarify that at this point.
Yeah, thank you for that and for the timely notation on the record. The opposition?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just before I move on to the next topic, I might just do a little final few questions just on assaults, because I think some of it was taken on notice, but I might just redo some of it because I think probably Commissioner best directed to you and you might want to take some of this stuff on notice, but I just want to get some figures, if I can, on assaults that have occurred in facilities, particularly over the last year, but if you can give me over the last two. So
you want it facility by facility?
If I can get a breakdown. So on officers, facility by facility, and also I don't need the personal details, but how many resulted in people being off on workers' compensation or a long period of time. And can I also get the breakdown of assaults on inmates, if I could? And if possible with the staff, if it can be broken down by physical injury and psychological or mental health, that would be useful if that's possible.
Sure. Yeah, we'll take that on notice.
Yeah, of course I will, yeah. Now, I wanted to just also ask a couple of questions. This has been in the news a bit lately and it seems to pop up a little more regularly than I think I probably paid attention to before, but officers having relationships with inmates. What are the, I mean, obviously it's not allowed and people have been charged. There was a person who resigned recently after she was busted having a relationship with an inmate who was part of a motorcycle gang. Can you give me some information about what the, first of all, the rules are around it and what the consequences are?
Yeah, certainly there is legislation governing that now, and you know, if any officer has a relationship with an inmate, then we would subject them to an investigation, either police or internal, depending on the nature of the information we get. But if it's certainly a police investigation, that could you know, lead to criminal charges being laid against that individual. But certainly we don't tolerate any of that, and you know, even if it was a misconduct and you know, there were other issues associated that didn't meet the test of the criminal act, then we would be looking at misconduct, and you know, we certainly can't afford to have officers who are having those sorts of relationships with inmates in the system.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine it would upset other officers that are working alongside them, but the line in terms of criminal charges versus action inside of the place is that if you've already discovered that there's some sort of information exchange, or is it if the nature of the relationship full stop?
Well, it's about the you know, the threat to the good order and safety of that centre. So if I think if the officer was having a relationship with an inmate in another centre and you couldn't prove that relationship was affecting the good order and security of the centre in which the inmate was accommodated, then that would be a problem, you know, in terms of pursuing criminal charges.
And how many cases of this have there been over the last, say, 12 months? I mean, we're aware of the ones where there are police charges because they then become news.
Yeah.
But how common is it?
I'd probably have to defer to Assistant Commissioner Scacera for actual numbers there.
Look, I don't have the numbers I can take on notice and provide, but it's not a very common occurrence, no. Since the legislation was put in place, we've had 10 people charged under the Act, with 9 of them receiving sentences and 1 diverted for mental health reasons. Just earlier, even for those that depart or resign during our investigation or during investigations, we will still pursue them under misconduct if they're not charged by New South Wales Police. And that serves, they can choose to participate or not. We can't force their participation. They're no longer employees, but what it does allow us to do is to continue that process, and if we find misconduct, we can remove the resignation to a termination if so determined or is the outcome. And that has a lasting impression in terms of being able to apply for other government roles.
Right. And how, so I accept that you're going to take on notice the numbers and circumstances over the last 12 months, but I mean, essentially, how do people get caught in these circumstances? Obviously, everything is under surveillance. Most things are watched in these facilities, but clearly people are doing this. So how do they get caught?
There's a number of, obviously, interactions between officers and inmates on daily occurrences. In our most recent or more recent findings, people have tended to have either had relationships previously or were familiar with individuals, maybe not directly, but through family or other friends, other networks, social networks, etc. And that's been the catalyst for their familiarity. Again, there's only so much checking we can do that would prevent that, but at the same time, we do ask, and again, the onus is on the officer to come forward if there is some association and let us know.
Yep, fair enough. Now, last year there was some reporting on alleged bribery of officers in your ranks to potentially provide resources, contraband to inmates and other things. I understand you had some sort of investigation into that or took some action around that. Can you give us some information around that?
Yep. Look, it's common for us to receive allegations again of corrupt conduct. It takes many forms. It could be monetary bribes, it may be better conditions, it may be favourable moves, it may be favourable classification. So again, we work in 2 manners. Internally, we have our investigation department to determine what occurs. We also are obligated to report to ICAC. They are corrupt conduct matters, and so we work closely. Often these will be reported through to ICAC first, and then ICAC to ourselves to assist in providing information and or investigating. If it reaches a criminal level, then it is also sent to the CSRU, our Corrective Services Investigation Unit, outposted New South Wales police officers, and they will investigate. Again, if it doesn't meet the threshold for charging, it'll come back to the Investigations Unit, professional standards, and to misconduct.
And have there been any unusual cases, or has it happened more since during this COVID period? There hasn't been visits, and I would imagine there might be more pressure on people. Have there been any more incidents than you would normally have?
Again, without having the figures in front of me, anecdotally, I'd say no, that it's generally not a huge concern or problem within corrective services, but from time to time we do get allegations, and the numbers of people that choose to do the wrong thing are few and far between.
Yes, of course. Can I move on now to treatment of inmates, particularly in relation to access to medical care inside of your system? I'm sure I'm not the Lone Ranger in this, but I get contacted almost daily by family members who say that there are issues with their loved ones getting proper access to care. I've not necessarily any way of being able to assess what's right or wrong, but I do want to ask you a few questions about it today, and I'm also going to refer to the Inspector of Custodial Services Health Services report from last year. So a number of recommendations were made about improving access to medical services, which makes me assume that there are some problems. So I've heard from families, for example, who say they're, and I'm only going to raise things that I get on a more common basis rather than individual situations, but who might need access to tests, for example, for health complaints in relation to having cancer in the family, or if they suspect that there's an issue in that regard, and that they can't seem to get access to those things. And sometimes the waiting time can be 6 months to a year for those kinds of things. Can you comment on that? I know it's Justice Health.
Yeah,
but
that is the problem. It is a Justice Health responsibility, and probably that question would be better directed to Justice Health.
yeah, I mean, look, so this is where we kind of get bounced, right? So, I mean, I can go through each of these kinds of categories, and I know the answer will be Justice Health, but the Auditor General's report from last year also said that there's plenty of access problems in terms of people being able to attend. I think that from memory there were 60,000 appointments missed in a year from inmates being able to access Justice Health. So it's got to go both ways.
What we have done, though, to improve access is we've developed a thing called the Medical Escort Unit. So rather than individual correctional centres doing medical escorts in the metropolitan area at least, we've put this medical escort unit in place that has enabled us to collaborate with the planners from Justice Health, so they all sit in the same office, so we can, make sure that, we're providing as much access to specialists as we can with the staff we've got available. So that's increased markedly, and I think I'll have to take on notice and provide you with that sort of data that we have, really ramped up the capability of Corrective Services New South Wales to provide access to specialists. So, I think we're planning on expanding that, and I've got to talk to the Secretary more about finalising that particular unit, and we'll expand that out into the Cessnock region as well.
Okay, that'll be useful if you can provide it rather than me going through individual examples, but one of the other most common complaints I get is access to dentistry. Is that something that, I get it,
Yeah,
Justice Health, but...
It is Justice Health, so yeah, I haven't had, I haven't been exposed to a huge amount of complaints about access to dentistry, though. I'm not sure if any of my other colleagues have heard about that, but I certainly haven't.
I know we've tried to, we've assisted Justice Health by making the offender telephone system have the capacity.
Can you just flick the microphone? Sorry for hands.
The offender telephone system has the capacity to make inquiries, and I think one of the numbers on it is a dental line that someone can ring up if they've got a dental problem. That's for the inmates on their own telephone system.
Okay, and then the two biggest are, of course, drug treatment programs. Can you comment on the availability of those?
Yes, I can, and let me find out what number is it? Drug treatment program.
I'm happy to make a start on that.
Yeah.
Me too, Commissioner, if I can just find my notes here. I didn't have a lot of detail here about this other than looking at the level of frequency of interventions. Or we capture information generally in calendar years for program outcomes. So I've got the program report for the to the 2021, ending in June 21. So we haven't done one for this year. So in relation to that, in terms of the number of individuals who received a drug and alcohol intervention, I can tell you some of the statistics for that. So in terms of all individuals, we've got a core cognitive behavioural intervention called Equips Addictions, and 1,847 prisoners participated in that program. 346 people participated in the sober drivers program. In relation to various alternative addiction support, like 12-step types of processes, 2,285 people participated in those programs last year. In addition to that, the work that's done on a one-on-one basis. I don't have the data here, but there's literally thousands of interventions that relate to working with people on a one-on-one basis to support their drug and alcohol use, which I can provide to you on notice, if that's okay. I think just to be clear about the distribution of functions in relation to drug and alcohol services, there are two quite separate approaches to drug and alcohol use. I mean, health, Justice Health focus on the health outcomes and managing addictions from a health perspective. We're interested in addition to, reducing cravings and stopping addictions and preventing relapse, we're interested in the criminal thinking and the criminal behaviour that's associated with drug use. So our programs operate in parallel and they provide support to each other. So Justice Health provides pharmacotherapy interventions. Here's some of the best things to say for opioids of addictions, our opioid substitution program. So Justice Health manage that. They manage withdrawals when people come into custody. But then if it relates to the types of thinking and behaviours people engage in who have got a drug problem and their desire to to stop using drugs, and we support that through our cognitive behavioural and other interventions, either one-on-one or in group-based activities.
And have all of those programs, activities been running the whole period through the pandemic?
They have been running, but during COVID, during the most recent round of COVID, the volume of programs has been significantly reduced. So just in particular in the first quarter of this year, there are still programs running. We're about to sort of start to ramp them up again as we are bringing visits back online, but there was about a 50% drop in the volume of programs. I don't have the breakdown for drug and alcohol interventions, but that was largely to do with the need to keep the inmates and the staff safe, and we just didn't run large groups, and we stopped running groups at one particular time for a brief period of time. But having said that, just in terms of programs generally, it's been a process where you've had some months when there have been low levels of program activity and some months where they've been high. And just in terms of our general core programs, we do have a target to retain a focus on our high-risk people who are most likely of committing further crimes. So we've identified this group of the top 3,000 high-risk offenders, and we've tried to maintain the level of program activity for that group who are at the greatest risk of reoffending. And there's been some slippage, but say between, if you look at the 12 months to September 2021, on average, people received about 143 hours per person, whereas in the period 12 months prior to December, it had gone down to 137 hours. So just the impact of that 3-month period and beyond that, it's been sustained for the first 3-month period of the year. There's been a reduction in the hours we're trying to get back on top of now.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously that's going to have a massive impact on people that have missed out on treatment. I understand why. I'm not critical of it, but as we heard before in terms of the compulsory program, I mean, these are essential for people, and any delay or drop in use is problematic. Are there plans to ramp it up to try and
absolutely
not catch up?
Before I speak to that, I mean, there's two things I think the Commissioner might have a response for in relation to what happened in the compulsory drug groups, even though it's Mr Shoebridge's question. But in addition to that, people have put in place individualised sessions. So, for instance, in the period of July to September, more than 6,200 offenders participated in 17,000 sessions of equipped in-cell initiatives. So whilst we've gone from not being able to run groups on a large scale to having smaller groups and sometimes having to stop the groups, we've retained some level of activity on a one-on-one basis. And there were 7,692 sessions of in-cell services delivered specifically for people in isolation and quarantine. And there was a significant number in this period of wellbeing related services, one-on-one interventions, where there were 12,600 individual interventions run one-on-one for people focusing on wellbeing in that period. So we've tried to compensate what COVID's been on by having some individualised in-cell work. We've had some ramping up of doing AVL, sort of online type of interventions for people, but we're absolutely focused now on trying to get back, getting our hours back up, and people are really keen to get going on that now.
Yeah, good. I think that's really important. And the second big issue is mental health support. So I know they can be related, but they also don't have to be related. Again, I referred to the Auditor General's report from last year, which talked about appointments being missed, but also that currently people can be required to wait up to 100 days for mental health support. I mean, that's woefully unacceptable. What?
Yeah, so I think there's several different things. First of all, without getting bogged down in definitions, there's mental health support which is waiting to see a psychiatrist, but there's also the work that our psychologists do. So our psychologists are engaged, and I think I provided some of the breakdown. So in terms of mental health, this is in the last year as well as opposed to this year. This is the last financial year. In terms of interventions by our own psychologists for mental health impairments, there were 40,900 interventions. In total, our psychologists did 70,800 interventions in that period. So I would have suspected that to have dropped back to some extent, but not all mental health support is provided by Justice Health through the psychiatry interventions. And for subacute conditions, or particularly things like anxiety and depression, and things that may not require a psychiatrist and medication, but that can be dealt with in a more counselling environment. There's quite a big effort that's done by our psychologists towards that end. And then our service and programs officers, which I'll provide the statistics to, but I don't have this fundamental support package. I think I've got the global figure for that, so in that period of time, which is pretty large scale as well. Had a very large number of, general supportive interventions with 101,000 sessions that they provided in 2021. So there's a lot of individual work that we do. What we're really interested in doing, and there hasn't been any mention of it today, but I might take the opportunity to mention it, is that the tablets that we're rolling out into correctional centres. So we've now got 5,500 prisoners with tablets. And we're negotiating with Macquarie University for the use and incorporation into the tablets of the MindSpot app. That's a fantastic tool, if you're not aware of it, that I would encourage everyone to use. It's available to any citizen in Australia that has really high-quality cognitive behavioural interventions in an online format, and it's been shown to be as efficacious and one-on-one. We're just having some technical difficulties with the browser we've got attached to the tablets, but the concept there is that people in their in-cell time, which is quite a bit of time spent in cells, as we've heard, will be able to access an online tool that escalates problems. So you do an assessment online, you do some activities online, and then if a person requires clinical intervention, it gets escalated to a clinician. So we've been working on this actually for about 18 months. The tablets are just rolled out. We've got money actually from the Digital Restart Fund to incorporate it into the rest of the tablets, which we're rolling out into 17 more correctional centres over the next 18 months. If it doesn't work out with MindSpot, then we'll find another tool that's like that, because we, as much as possible, we're trying to get people to find their own ways of actually getting intervention, take a bit of a bit more agency, and being able to get a response from the devices. So I think that's a really exciting tool, the MindSpot tool. We're really looking forward to getting to work, or if not, there's a couple of alternatives we'll explore.
Yeah, and so I am out of time, but just what did you just say the timeline for that? What is the rollout time for that? 18 months?
Tablets to the next 17 centres, about 18 months. The next 18 months, we should have it rolled out to another 17 centres. So we already have it in, we've got it in tablets or some alternative in 12 centres at the moment. The private sector prisons are coming up with their own, and we've got funds now from the government to roll out to another 17 sites. And we've started the work, we've done the scoping work, and we've started the infrastructure work in about 4 or 5 centres in the first wave. We also got money to increase and improve the platform itself, including seeing what we can do about getting MindSpot up and running. But as I said, if it's not MindSpot due to a browser issue and just can't talk to it, then we'll find something else that meets that. It's not just like a mindfulness, this is how you relax type of thing. It's a really high quality intervention that we're looking forward to seeing in place.
While we're on tablets, it might be useful time to get a series of questions answered on that, Deputy Commissioner. Which of the 12 facilities that currently have tablets?
If I made them up, I'll miss out on some names. If you hold, excuse me for 1 second. If I can find through my voluminous papers here, I'll find, no, I've got them written down here somewhere. But they're places like Mid-North Coast, South Coast, John Moroney, Dilwinia Correctional Centre.
Well, I'm comfortable with you giving us that. Oh,
yeah, so here's the list of the first ones: Shortland, Manus, Mary Wade, Dawn DeLois, Jeffrey Pearce, and Lithgow. But in addition to that, Macquarie and Hunter have got an alternate device. So for those centres, I think you saw them when you went up there. We've actually upgraded the IPTVs as well that were put into those individual modules. So they've got a learning management system and a range of other bits of functionality built into those tools.
And of the 17 facilities where it's been rolled out, does that include Long Bay?
Where it will be rolled out in the future? Yes, it does, yeah. And the MRRC, yeah.
And how many facilities will that leave without tablets?
A very small number for a very particular reason, but I just can't remember why we excluded a couple of places. I think there were some issues around connectivity and being able to efficiently install what we wanted to install in those locations. But it might have been one or two of the camps.
So with the 29 facilities, that'll reach, what, 95% of inmates or so? Is that the plan?
That's right, and every inmate will have a tablet.
Right. Perhaps if you could on notice just indicate those 17 facilities and then the ones that haven't got it and what the rationale, aren't on the list and what the rationale for that is.
We'll do that.
Commissioner, how many instances of illegal contraband have been identified in the period since family visits ceased?
I'd have to take that one on notice.
Do you know how many instances of illegal contraband were identified last year?
Don't believe we've got that particular statistic here. There is. So again, I will have to take that one on notice.
Well, it's I would have thought it'd be one of those extremely standard questions we'll put to you, Commissioner, the amount of illegal contraband, and then I'm going to ask you about weapons, and I'm going to ask you about drugs, and then I'm going to ask you about mobile phones, the sort of most obvious questions we'll ask. There must be some detail.
It's contraband. I'm not sure if we've put the numbers in there.
But I'm happy for you to take a minute to digest what's just been plopped in front of you, Commissioner.
Yeah. Well, as you know, with visits being suspended, there have been other forms of entry of contraband into correctional centres. I guess the form of entry that's been most prevalent is contraband drugs in mail. And following the suspension of social visits in March 2020, we certainly saw a 26% increase of incidents during that period where contraband was detected in mail, which rose to about 40% increase subsequently. Between March 2021 and February 2022, there were 276 incidents where contraband was detected in mail. 107 of those were drug-related contraband.
You're not telling me the only contraband that's been found in jails has been through mail intercepts?
No, there's been other forms of introduction, throwing contraband over fences, drone drops, and there's been introduction of contraband by people coming into correctional centres.
So, in terms of contraband, seizures of drugs, seizures of weapons, seizures of mobile phones, and seizures of contraband in Globo, you must have some numbers for that for last year.
We certainly have the figures, so the figures are aggregated. We just don't necessarily have them at our fingertips.
Just don't
We're
have them,
very happy to provide those on notice.
Well, if you can identify them in the course of the afternoon, that would be helpful. And then if we could get it for the 2 previous calendar years.
Yes.
Obviously, one of the reasons we do this is we've had a unique experiment in shutting down family visits. And to date, one of the alleged principal bases upon which drugs find their way into the prison system in particular has been alleged through family visits. Well, we've now, as I said, had a real-world experience. Have we seen a dramatic drop in the amount of drugs in prisons?
We have seen a drop, and it has been a dramatic drop. Initially we experienced a number of incidents as a result of the drop-off of drug introduction into correctional centres. So, we were well aware, and the previous minister sought funding for the introduction of X-ray body scanners as a result of, the dramatic drop off of drugs into the centres. So that has been a program that's been in place now now for some months, and and I've certainly got information about the contraband detection through that process.
Yes. Well, the X-ray body scanners won't have been earning their keep on prison visits in the last 12 months. I think we can safely say that. So if you say that there's been a reduction in drugs in prisons, on what basis do you say that? Have you got some data there, which is what I'm asking you about?
Yeah, sure. Look, I don't have the exact figure, but we did a across the system urinalysis process, which gave us a figure for what was going on in terms of drug usage in the system at that point in time. So we were hoping to, once the full visits are back, go and do that again. So we've got some real indication. Prior to that, there hadn't been any full system random urinalysis process take place for some years. So we don't have that data available as to what was occurring, in years prior to the visits being ceased.
Well, we have this unique experiment happening now.
Yeah.
I hope it's unique anyhow. Have you collecting data now? Are you doing another one of those
Yes, we are.
random samples now before family visits kick in again?
Yeah, so we did this a couple of months ago, so we understand, what the situation is with our visits operating, and once visits, start operating fully, we'll be continuing on with that program of random urinalysis.
And do you have data from before?
We didn't have a system-wide random urinalysis, hasn't been conducted for a number of years.
Do you have? But you do have data about the amount of drugs seized, I assume, in the system.
Yes, we do have that data.
Can you provide us that going back 4 years so as we can get a sense of what, if any, change has happened as a result of the cessation of family visits?
Yes, we can provide. So what you're after is the last 4 years' worth of drug fines in correctional centres?
Drugs, mobile phones, overall contraband.
Okay.
Yep. And if you have a separate category for weapons, that would be useful as well.
Yes.
Do you collect that data from Junee, from Parklea, and from Mid-North Coast?
From Clarence?
From Clarence?
Yes, we do.
Do you have that on a year-by-year basis?
We would have that on a year-by-year basis.
Do you have any of it to hand?
No, sorry, I don't have it in front of me either, but it is collected.
Yeah. Obviously, we can't go back 4 years with Clarence, but if we could go back as far as we can with Clarence and with those other facilities.
Yes.
Have you had reports from those facilities in your meetings with the operators? Have they told you that any information about the prevalence of drug use in those facilities?
Well, actually, they are subject to random urinalysis in those facilities, so they have, got probably the best information in the system about the prevalence of drug use.
Well, will you give us that data again, going back 4 years, so as we can see what the impact has been?
Yes.
Mr. Scaserio, have you seen that data over time?
I have seen the data.
Do you want to give an indication? I'm not going to hold you to percentages, so that would be cruel and wrong. Do you have an indication of what that's shown over the last 4 years?
Urinalysis, from my recollection, has shown a decrease in general drug use in facilities that we do random urinalysis over the past couple of years. Again, in terms of my recollection of the statistics have dropped, but that could also have been because of the introduction of the X-ray scanners that we have, and the moving of inmates after visits through scanning rather than strip searching as well. So greater detection methods.
What's the order of magnitude of the reduction?
Again, I'd have to take it on notice. My recollection's good, but not that great.
But the long and the short of it is there's still a substantial amount of drugs in the prison system.
I wouldn't call it a substantial amount.
Well, we have debates sometimes about significant, massive, substantial. Yeah. So how you use your own adjective. Commissioner.
I was surprised by the low levels that were in the system when we did that system-wide urinalysis. I as I said, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think it was over the system something like a 6% positive rate out of the people that were tested.
And
I would have to.
Right. Well, we'll get the data on notice. We'll get the data on notice.
Precise number.
Do you have an indication of how much of the drugs is coming in through the workforce, how much of it is coming in through contractors, and how much of it is coming in through third parties, genuine third parties?
I honestly don't think. We do have instances of staff bringing drugs into correctional centres. There's no doubt about that, and they're referred through to the police. But it's not a huge number.
In the last 12 months, do you know how many instances have been discovered, and also going back over the last 4 years?
Yeah, we can provide it. We can provide it. I don't have it in front of me. Sorry.
And then if you have that. Everything I've asked for the public prisons, if you could provide that for the private prisons.
Sure.
That would be appreciated. Commissioner, I took some notes about your discussion about drug and alcohol treatment in your discussion with Ms Moriarty. Did I understand you to say that the drug and alcohol treatment was focused on the highest risk offenders, or what was the basis upon which the rationing of the allocation of that?
And I think what I was saying was during COVID to ensure that the resources that we were applying were applied to the highest, to maintain the effort with the highest groups, so that if there was any reduction, that would apply to other people. But the general approach to drug and alcohol depends upon the program itself. So I gave several statistics for programs. Things like AA, NA and so on has got nothing to do with risk. That's a program that anyone can opt into doing, whereas the EQUIPS suite of program, as I mentioned, it's a program that's about criminal thinking, criminal behaviour and drug use, and that applies to people who are medium to high risk of reoffending and who have a drug use problem.
And that's based upon risk of reoffending.
Right.
It's not based upon risks of relapse into drug use.
It's based on several things. I think a referral into the program, historically, I'd have to catch up with what the current requirement is, but historically the requirement was to have had certain scores in the questionnaires that we apply to people about their drug use and have a high risk of reoffending, medium to high risk of reoffending. So both of those things would apply.
Has there been an independent review of EQUIPS to identify its efficacy?
Yes, the EQUIPS programs have been evaluated by the Matilda Centre.
And when was that review done? And I'll ask you a couple of questions and you can answer it as you see fit. Deputy Commissioner, when was the review done? Can you provide us with a copy of the review?
There are
a summary of it?
There are 4 reviews, which I wouldn't dare to summarise now, unless we want to take the whole afternoon. Actually, I don't have all the detail. One of the reviews looked at the efficacy of doing 1, 2, 3 or 4 of those interventions. So there's a foundational program, a program for domestic abuse, a program for aggression and a program for addictions, effectively. And the study found a positive impact of a person doing even one of those. So I don't think it seemed to matter which one of those somebody did. Our estimation was that the more that you did, the better the impact would be on reoffending. I don't believe that was borne out. But people who completed at least one program had a significantly lower rate of reoffending than people who didn't complete one program.
When was that review done?
Done in the last, I think it was finalised in the last 12 months.
And you said there were 4 reviews. Were they done at the same?
I think some of them were more process reviews about whether the right people were getting into treatment and so on. But there were 4 reviews in total. Matilda Centre at the University of Sydney undertook all the work on all 4 programs.
Can you provide a copy of those reviews to the committee?
Can.
In terms of the number of inmates who were eligible for referral to EQUIPS but were unable to be referred to EQUIPS, do you have that data?
Not here, however, that would be available.
Did COVID make EQUIPS harder to run?
Absolutely.
And what's been the kind of reduction in the availability of EQUIPS?
Well, it depends upon over what time frame. As I mentioned before, if you look at it over, say, a 12-month period, just let me see. I might or might not have this information. So progressively throughout 2021, so at the beginning of 2021, there was no impact in the first quarter. The second quarter there was no impact. In the third quarter it had gone down by about a third, and in the last quarter of 2021 it had gone down to 50%. So across the whole year, for one quarter of the year there was about 50% of the total delivery. The first quarter of this year it's gone down a little bit again, but we don't even have a quarter. I've only got a couple of weeks so far.
Less than 50%.
Right, yeah.
Given the evidence earlier about the somewhat limited nature of lockdowns, which appeared to be contrary to the information I've had, how do you explain that radical reduction in equips? It would appear to be linked to lockdowns.
Not entirely. There certainly have been some lockdowns, but I think we mentioned as well that in the first instance, we restricted the number of people who could be in a room for treatment. And then we abandoned, at one stage, we stopped doing group-based activity altogether and went to one-on-one activity. And now we're in the process of resumption back into group activity. So there's a whole series of factors that would have impacted on the number of people participating. So we've retained our staff in the workplace throughout COVID. We've changed their mode of program or service delivery to make it more individualised or dealing with smaller numbers of people. That has had an impact. We're in the process of actually reversing that as we speak.
When do you anticipate equips to be back up and running fully?
Well, it's running now. I'm not. I wouldn't have a date. I'd have to take that on notice to say when we'd get that up and running fully.
Commissioner, can you give some further details about the death in custody at Bathurst, the most recent death in custody?
16. Look, I can't give any. What sort of details were you after?
Well, when was the death? What, if anything, do you know about the causes of the death? Why don't we start there?
2nd of March, I think, was the death. But I don't.
What was the cause of death, as best you know?
Well, it was an unnatural
The most
death.
likely cause of death?
I might just defer to Carlo.
Yeah, it was an unnatural death on the 2nd of March at Bathurst. Again, the rest of the details are with the coroner and the police for investigation,
Yes.
and obviously.
But we may not get a coroner's report for 6 years, as we saw in the most recent case, which I took you to earlier, about the death in Junee. What is the tentative conclusion about the cause of death?
Well, I haven't seen the police nor the internal investigation report. It's not complete yet. That would have assigned that outcome just yet. So I don't want to speculate.
Well, the indication is an unnatural death. Was it a death was the inmate COVID positive?
No.
Not that I was aware of. No.
Was the inmate in a wing where there were COVID positive, other COVID positive inmates?
Again, not that I'm aware of.
Was the inmate in need of medical treatment?
Look, not that I'm aware of. Without the
Was
details.
the age of the inmate?
I don't have that in front of me either.
You must have known these questions would be asked, Commissioner. You don't have the age of the inmate who died, 5 days ago in Bathurst?
He was 26.
You see, 26-year-old men don't just die out there in the general population at anything like the rate they die in jails. So it's not unreasonable we would be asking you questions about the details of the death of this young man. To simply say nothing will be done until 5 years from now when we have a coronial investigation is not an answer to these questions. will come back to this after the opposition's round of questioning, in which case I think there's an obligation to put some information on the record.
Okay.
Thanks. So just following on from that, how many people have died in custody this year and also in the last 12 months?
Okay. So this year there have been, in 21-22, 22 deaths in custody. In 2021, there were 29 deaths in custody.
And you may need to take this on notice, but can I get a breakdown of the causes?
Yep. So in 2021, 13 apparent natural and 16 apparent unnatural. In 21-22, 6 apparent natural, 5 apparent unnatural, and 10 cause unknown.
Unknown meaning it's being investigated, or
Yes.
yeah, or there's a correct.
Things like tox reports being undertaken.
Okay. And let me see. I will ask how many of those are First Nations people?
In 2021, 5, and in 21-22, 4.
Thanks. I know there was, I think we talked about this a bit last time too, but I know there's been some work being done across the system in terms of removing points where people, hanging points for a better way of putting it. Have you completed that work? How is that going?
Yeah, that is a work in progress. So what we've done is done an audit of the system, and I think I'll be able to give you some statistics shortly, but we've done an audit of the system to identify where those hanging points are at the moment and what we can do about removing the hanging points. So we've identified there's about $70 million worth of work needs to be undertaken. And okay, so as part of that audit, we've identified the areas where we really want to prioritise the work, and the priorities obviously are Parklea and MRRC at the moment to channel our efforts into those areas. We also are looking at a whole range of other facilities around the place where we're removing double bunk beds. One of these double bunk beds was involved in a suicide, and we're removing all these types of beds from the system, so they're being removed from Shortland, South Coast, Wellington and Mid-North Coast. So as part of our prison bed capacity adjustment program, we were reducing the state of those facilities, so those beds are no longer required. We will make sure that they're stored, and if used again, will be treated appropriately to make sure that they won't be a possibility for any use of any other suicide. So just to give you a bit of an idea of what we're doing in MRRC, there are 930 cells that we need to deal with. 602 of those are old cells. And we're also building a 41-cell specialist area for high needs inmates at risk of self-harm. And as I mentioned last time I was before the committee, we are trialling 2 new technologies which may... Sorry?
The monitors that you had them last time?
So one of them is called a Xander radar, device that enables us to monitor macro and micro vibrations of the cell, so we can detect movement in the cell, we can detect heart rate, we can detect respiration, and sends an alarm when they go below certain thresholds. And we have also been working with Saab as one of our providers in terms of infrastructure to come up with an artificial intelligence system utilising the existing high-definition cameras in at-risk cells as well. So those trials are currently underway at the MRRC.
Thanks. I will move to...
At least the planning
Yeah.
of those trials is very close to coming to fruition.
Okay.
But what we're hoping, we can put that technology around the system so it reduces the need, to address hanging points, because as you know, there are other methods that someone can commit suicide. So we're much better off having a technology in place that we can roll out around the system to safeguard people in their cells.
Yeah. Yes. Can I... tough note to move on from, but I'm going to. Can I move on from that to some costing questions? Commissioner, how much does it cost per day to keep an inmate in a correctional facility?
That figure's not out, but it's in the pack. Oh, sorry.
I know pretty much what it is, but I don't know the precise figure, so I just want to make sure that I get that precise figure. Sorry? Cheat sheet. Okay, so hold on. In 2022, the cost per inmate per day was $265.16. And the cost for an offender in the community was $12.73.
Psychic. Okay, so can I also ask, I think it was in the last couple of months, but you'll correct me, maybe January or February, you made a big announcement that you're going to go on a big recruitment drive for staff. And again, rather than me searching through this,
Yes.
my memory might be wrong, but 800, you're aiming for 800
800, yeah.
new officers. How are you going to go about that?
Well, we've got a steering committee that is looking at all elements of that, the recruitment, the training, and so we're making sure that we're on top of all the things that need to be done there. Assistant Commissioner Scacera is on that steering committee with me. Assistant Commissioner Scacera is in charge of all the training. Obviously, the recruitment is part of a DCJ process, so we are making sure that they are up to speed with recruiting those numbers. I think at this point in time, I can't quite recall the exact numbers that we've got, but it's up around about the 600 or 700 applicants that we've got at the moment, which we'll be going through over the coming months. But we will need to get a lot more applicants to fill those particular courses that we'll be putting on. But we're putting the pressure on to Brush Farm to make sure that we can train that amount of staff up in that period of time. We're basically doubling the recruitment that we had planned for that period of time.
Yeah, and so, look, it's great that there's additional staff, but are they going to be additional staff? Because there's obviously a retention problem across the sector. So
I think what you see is with the retention problem is, we've had a high usage of casuals over the years, but these are ongoing staff. So these are people who will have ongoing appointments, and we're also looking at the current group of casuals to convert them to ongoing as well, because a lot of those are at the moment acting in temporary positions as well. So we're really trying to make sure that we fill all the vacancies around the system. But not only that, we've got about 230 positions that are over and above our establishment that we're using in prisons to deal with COVID issues. So, that's going to go on for some time as well. So that was one of the things that really drove us to this decision to, up the recruitment over the next 6 months.
So can you just explain what that, so does that mean to cover for people who were off during that period?
No, we've put in place a whole range of positions like, RAS testing, or cleaning or other COVID positions that aren't normally in our correctional centres. So they're over and above our normal correctional centre establishment. So that was one of the real driving factors. Also this medical escort unit that, there's about 100 extra staff required to make that operate correctly as well.
would you say you're at full capacity for with staff at all of the facilities around New South Wales?
No.
And so what's the issue? Is it that some are better to work for than others, that some are in regional areas with smaller populations? What's the issue? Because it is an issue in terms of keeping...
there are issues associated with workers' compensation. So what I've asked, what I've asked that we start filling those long-term workers' compensation roles, which in the past haven't been filled. So I want to make sure that correctional centres around the state have the staff they need to operate.
Okay, but how do you make sure that they have the staff they need to operate? So
what we're doing is workforce planning. So we look at each correctional centre, look at all the things that are impacting on their establishment, and then we're allocating those out of those 800 the staff to those facilities.
And are there any programs for, again, I'm coming back to retention, for incentives to keep staff who might feel burnt out or as though they're not treated with enough respect?
Yeah, absolutely. So part of the 800 is also to look at making sure that officers who haven't been taking leave over this last couple of years can take that leave that they need to refresh themselves. But we're also looking at some programs, and this is something that I've asked Assistant Commissioner Scacera to work through, some promotional programs for senior correctional officers, senior assistant superintendents and managers of security. So we have a program where we are really putting them through a process, a GSE compliant process to get onto the program, but it's a pass-fail thing. It's being run by an external body, a university. I might just get Assistant Commissioner Scacera to give us a bit of a rundown on that.
Yeah. We commenced looking at our more senior staff to provide them with greater education in terms of assistance in understanding leadership and other qualities that are required for the role, particularly as we branch out and look at more of the responsibilities that they have to take on in their daily basis. Many have come through the ranks, which is excellent. So they've got a well-rounded understanding of corrections. It's the additional skills that we want to provide them, particularly as you move to more senior management levels. We partnered with Newcastle University and we will be delivering the first of the pilot programs before June with existing staff that are currently at rank at the manager of security level. The program is intense. It's an intensive education program. You are expected. You will come offline. You will come to the academy and you will be assessed. We're in further discussions to link this back to a further qualification as well, potentially at master's level. So we are really pitching it at a quite a senior academic level as well to really give our staff, our more senior managers, the best step forward, and so they can do their jobs more effectively.
Great. And so you mentioned that some of those people in that program have been recruited internally. What percentage?
These are all internals. The pilot program will be all internally sourced staff first that already are managers of security, and we will work our way through existing staff over the coming periods as well, but the trial will be run with our existing staff. Then they'll become pre-promotional courses before people can move into the role and be promoted.
What is the, if you were to apply for a job today and get it as a prison officer, what is the period of training that's involved before you can hit the floor?
We offer 10 weeks at the academy, and so that's quite a comprehensive course. But on top of that, the Cert 3 in attaining the Cert 3 is over a 12-month period. There's a number of aspects to that you need to show your competency over time and actually in the workplace and provide evidence of that competency to each of the units. So the practical components, the theoretical, the legal side is conducted at the academy. Use of force, obviously, and weapons are also included. And then you're out into the field.
And you never go below 10 weeks, so even though there's shortages, is it always minimum of 10 weeks?
Look, we're currently looking at seeing what we can do, particularly with the challenge of training another 800 full-time staff. We're looking at an intake of around 300 or so in May, so we will flex. The Academy at its peak did train 1,500 additional staff during prison bed expansions, so we are used to looking at expanding, but we are also looking and we'll be in discussions with staff and unions around reducing the 10 weeks to 8. Some of that will be taken up by offering overtime on weekends in terms of having a Saturday course day as well, as opposed to the weekend off, and other aspects that we'll discuss with the union in terms of where we think we can make some efficiency up front, but then bring staff back at a later stage for additional training.
But is there any other qualification you need? So essentially 8 to 10 weeks and you can hit the floor?
You must, if that's correct, then you must complete that Cert 3 over the 12 months.
Right.
If you're a casual at the moment, that's expanded out to 18 to 24 months, depending on how frequently you operate.
I want to turn to the workers' comp issues and also bullying issues, sexual harassment issues. I touched on this briefly at the last estimates. I know this has been a long-term issue, and certainly, Commissioner, your predecessor confirmed some issues roughly a year ago in terms of harassment complaints and sexual harassment complaints. What work has been done to correct those issues? It's a pretty significant problem, or it has been a pretty significant problem in your organisation.
I think one of the key initiatives that we're working on at the moment, and we're just in the process of rolling out, is a greater support to managers in the field through HR business partners being placed out into, so these are senior people who will be then working with managers in community corrections and in custodial corrections to ensure that grievances or allegations of sexual harassment are dealt with in the workplace as soon as possible, rather than being referred through to misconduct or something of that nature. So we really want to make sure that our managers in the field are equipped with the skill sets to undertake resolution of those issues as soon as they occur, rather than letting them fester and making, referrals that might take 12 to 18 months to resolve.
And would you say that's the case now? So, I mean, this has been reported for over a year. Has that work been done?
Yeah, so we are in the process of appointing those individuals to those roles that will be supporting those people around the system.
Okay, so that's good, but it's obviously, these are significant problems, as I said. I mean, you've got a survey where 570 people said that they had been sexually harassed at work. 1,647 had made bullying claims, or according to the survey, had felt bullied. I mean, it's a tough enough job as it is, let alone people feeling as though they're not supported or they're up against their own colleagues in terms of this behaviour, which isn't acceptable anywhere.
No, it isn't.
These are significant numbers from only a year ago. Would you say that the culture has changed, that this is going some way to being dealt with?
Yeah, so, I've only just obviously started in this role, but, I've been meeting with my executive over the last few months, and this is one of the number one issues that, I want to be dealing with the executive over the next 5 or 6 years. So we've got the planning that we've done. We're just finalising that now. And culture and safety and safety of staff in the workplace, psychological safety and physical safety is our number one priority. I think over the next few weeks you might see some other things happening, but I don't want to talk about them right now, but you'll see something happening in the next few weeks.
Okay. In terms of improving culture?
Yeah.
I mean,
yes, in terms of improving culture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do hear from people who work in the sector all the time, and this is also my background in terms of representing workers. And honestly, as I said, this is a tough enough job as it is.
It is.
Your workforce deserve respect from the community, from the inmates.
Yeah.
But I mean, if they're battling to get it from within their ranks and within their colleagues, there's just no excuse.
No, there's no excuse for this, and this is something we, as an executive, want to work very hard on and do everything possible to make our workplaces as safe as possible.
Okay, and so specifically the workers' compensation issues, I mean, we touched on it before. I don't plan to revisit the specifics of Mr Fitzpatrick, although I did make the comment. It was an appalling situation. There are other people who have been through a similar situation. What comfort can they get and can I get that these things are being dealt with appropriately and we'll never see a situation like that again?
Okay, well...
Process questions, really.
Certainly, and I acknowledge the importance of process, and I acknowledge the need for an appropriately structured and delivered workers' compensation framework. Key changes to the management of workers' compensation claims since the CIRA report are, if you've got time for me to list them quickly, Chair.
By all means.
One is the claims that progress to legal challenge are allocated to skilled staff who work with the insurer's legal representatives to reasonably settle claims, while challenging claims in the right way where it is recommended to do so. To the level of staff managing corrective services injury claims has increased from 6 to 24, and I spoke about that earlier. The new structure commenced in July 2021, and most of those roles are now filled and are operational. 3, injury managers from the department now report through a single team, supervised by appropriate senior injury management staff. 4, all injury managers have a dedicated caseload across a geographical area, with the caseload limit aimed at no more, and I spoke about this as well earlier, 40 active cases. 5thly, 2 new roles are dedicated to dealing with complex claims and supporting injury managers with psychosocial claims. Finally, a departmental injury management strategy has been released. Initiatives include a program targeting the prevention and treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder among correctional staff, which is scheduled to commence in March 2022.
While we're on workers' compensation, Secretary, do you, the premium paid by corrective services went up by, I think, $32 million last financial year. Perhaps that's to you, perhaps that's to the Commissioner. Can someone confirm that figure?
It does sound right, but I don't know if I've got it in here.
Do you know what the budgeted workers' compensation premium is for this year for corrections?
No, I don't have that figure in front of me at the moment. Sorry.
Maybe someone behind could help with that budget figure.
Yeah, we'll find that out.
And obviously, comparing that to the previous year, it's my understanding is that would show a $32 million increase. That seems about the right...
That does seem, yeah.
The right scale of increase, Commissioner?
Yes.
And was that a doubling of the workers' comp premium?
I'm pretty sure it was, yes. But I just want to, until I get those figures, but it does sound right.
Well, I'm happy to wait if the figures can be obtained rapidly.
I'm not sure how rapidly it will be obtained, but perhaps if you want to continue on with your question.
Well, we'll come back to this hopefully before 3:30. Otherwise, we may have to come back after the afternoon tea break, and I think we'd all like to avoid that. But we might then go back to Bathurst.
Yes.
The death just 5 days ago of a 26-year-old man. Did that man identify as First Nations?
No.
What was the likely cause of death, of the unnatural death, Commissioner?
The likely cause of death was a ligature around his neck.
And was it in a cell which had been identified as having potential hanging points?
It would have been one of those cells that I mentioned before that in the audit needed to be rectified, yes.
And did this young man at any point have concerns raised about his mental health?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, he was a minimum security inmate at that facility, and but it recently, I think, it wasn't a mental health issue, but it certainly had concerns for his safety, and that is why he was transferred to the cell he was in.
He was in fear of his own personal safety. That's the circumstances, isn't it? Is there any policy that puts a caution or a red flag before you put somebody who is frightened and fearful of their own safety in jail in a prison cell that has hanging points in it? Is there any warning that goes off anywhere in the system? You've got a young man deeply concerned about his own safety, obviously with sufficient validity that he's moved to another facility. Does anybody at any point think there might be a risk in putting this young man in a cell which has known hanging points in it?
I guess what we are looking at here is a situation where this individual was interviewed, but obviously, this is the subject of a coronial, and speculation on whether that interview also dealt with any issues of self-harm would be a little premature at this stage.
Well, there'll be a record of the interview.
He was interviewed prior to being placed in that cell.
Well, we don't need to speculate about the interview. There'll be a record of the interview.
There will be a record of the interview.
So what does the record show?
I don't have a copy. I haven't seen a copy of that information, because that would be the subject of a police investigation.
Indeed. But I'm asking you now, in estimates, under oath, what the record showed. And if you don't have it to hand, will you provide the details on notice? If it showed concerns about mental health, concerns for his safety, or any concerns that might have made it problematic, putting him in a cell where there were known hanging points.
I'd be very reluctant to provide that sort of information at this point in time.
Yeah, I think it'd be difficult to provide, given it could be subject to police in their internal report and ours, which will go to the coroner for review. So it will be evidence.
It's not sub judice. There's no criminal proceedings on foot. There's no prohibition on providing this detail. So I'm going to ask you again, were there any indications in the interview that this young man had mental health concerns or concerns for his own safety such that should have triggered a red flag before you put him in a cell with known hanging points? Or do we have to wait 5 years for the coroner's court to provide an answer before something is done?
My understanding that he was not on a writ, which would have triggered those issues. So that's the information I have. He wasn't on a writ. So the interview that was conducted prior to him being put in the cell did not identify any self-harm issues or mental health issues that might have led to self-harm.
Was he in protective custody of some form? What was his status?
Yeah, he would have been in protective custody in that cell.
As people are first entering protective custody, I would have thought that the system would have realised that they were at an extremely vulnerable part of their time in custody. And I've got to say, until today, I would have assumed that they would not have been put in a cell with an identified hanging point in it, or at least one. How is it that happens?
Because we've got thousands, we've got a lot of cells around the place that haven't had hanging points addressed. And if an inmate is not regarded as at risk of self-harm, they would be placed in one of those cells.
But surely an inmate who's first been moved into protective custody is by definition in a highly vulnerable state. They've obviously had ordinarily had threats to their own safety, maybe an assault upon them, physical violence put to them, or the threat of physical violence, deeply anxious about their safety. If that doesn't raise a concern and prevent them being put into a cell with a hanging point, well, then what does?
Well, I can say that, at this point in time, there was no indication of self-harm.
Apart from him being fearful of his life and being put in protective custody?
Apart from him being put into protective custody, yes.
Because he's fearful of his own safety and his life?
He's fearful for his safety, yeah.
And that doesn't trigger those extra protective measures?
Not normally, no. No, because someone goes into protective custody doesn't necessarily trigger, some activity involving placement in
Does it trigger a mental health screening?
Look, I'm not 100% certain as to what happened during that interview. And as I said, it'll be the subject of a coronial.
Was it an interview with a psychologist or a psychiatrist or a medical practitioner?
I can't tell you that information. I certainly don't have that information before me.
Or could I ask you to take the question on notice?
Yes.
Commissioner, do we have any advance on the workers' comp numbers? I see some positive signs from behind you.
I am madly, frenetically chasing
No, but I
it.
saw, neither of you saw it. I saw it, a very positive indication from behind.
They're beating me.
We do have some updates on some other things you requested before, Mr Shearidge, if you'd like us to table those now.
Oh, that would be very helpful. Thanks.
So this is the number of assaults on inmates in corrective services for 2019, 20 and 2020, 21, and the same for the number of assaults on staff.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Oh, what's this one?
I can also update, Commissioner, I can also update on the private operator
Thanks,
costs.
Mr. Scarseri.
So you asked for last year and this year, so I'll start with 2021. MTC Broad Spectrum were paid $86,909,054. GO at Junee were paid $54,525,146. And Clarence is split in two. I'll give you the big number and explain the two. It's a PPP, so there's a debt component to it, not just the operator fee. The overall cost was $167,323,438. Of that, the debt pay down is $72,869, and the operator fee is $95,322,568.
Thank you, Mr. That's for the last full financial year.
That was 2021, and I have the figures for this year as well.
If you could, that would be great.
Year to date, financial year to date, I should say, MTC Broad Spectrum, $46,475,186. GO, $34,978,041. And Northern Pathways, again, the two split number. The overall number is $120,525,163. That's split with the debt being $50,870,624 and the operator fee of $69,656,539.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scarseri. And you didn't have the, you weren't able to identify the amount in terms of contract penalties applied to MTC?
I can provide those as well.
Yes.
In fact, I only have the year-to-date figures. We haven't been able to provide the others at this stage, but year-to-date for Parklea MTC Broad Spectrum is $749,653. For GO at Junee, $341,194. And for Northern Pathways, which is at Clarence, is $1.231 million.
Sure. Can I say that is extremely helpful, Mr. Scarseri? Can you, on notice, provide us a breakdown of what those penalty figures were provided for?
Yes, we can provide an overall.
That's quite a significant sum for Clarence. Was there anything that particularly triggered that $1.2 million?
The sum may sound, again, the operator fee.
The contract is much larger too, I accept that.
That's how the abatements generally work. So again, the contract fee is a lot larger, so the percentage
In actual fact,
provided.
It's it's kind of proportional now I look at it.
Correct.
Yep.
I do have some information also
Thanks, Commissioner.
about searches, but unfortunately it's only searches conducted by the Security Operations Group. It doesn't include the routine searches conducted by correctional staff, which I'll have to take on notice and get that
Thanks,
information through to you.
Mr Shoebridge, can I also answer two other questions that you asked before?
Yes,
Someone
it's a
else?
feast of answers, which I'm being inundated with, so I appreciate that. Yep.
You asked us to get them back.
No, I
before
did,
the
and I really
close
do
today.
appreciate it.
We're doing our best.
Yep.
Incentive.
The first one was the question around when we moved to rapid antigen testing as a primary diagnostic tool, and that was on the 7th of January, that date. The second question was when do Justice Health inform inmates of their COVID-19 status when they test positive? And Justice Health has said the patient is informed of their COVID positive status at the earliest possible consultation with a network staff member. So the first opportunity is what they're suggesting. Finally, the two telephone numbers, which I said I would provide to you before. The first one is the general COVID number, which is 02 8346 1300. That's for members of the public to contact a single point of contact in corrective services for COVID-related questions. That's been in place for a couple of years now. Something that's been in place for maybe 10 years is the general number that families can ring corrective services on, which is 02 8346 1000. That's for making general inquiries about the location of someone in your family. That's 5-day a week during business hours.
And that, through calling that number, you say that family members can be advised as to what facility their family members in.
And that's the second one of those numbers specifically set up that's been in place for some time. The first one is more around COVID-related queries.
All right. Thank you. Workers' Comp, Commissioner, do we get those figures?
Yes. So the 1920 figure was 31.6 million. 2021 was 58 million. 21-22, 83 million. But if I can just preface that with that cost was due to a change arising from a variation in wages and budget, and it's largely an accounting change which was right across DCJ. Yep. And 22-23, 93 million. 93 million.
22-23?
Well, that's
what you're budgeting for,
yeah,
93
that's
million?
what we're budgeting for.
And if I can just add, Chair, the COVID claims are excluded from the contribution cost.
Yes. Is it your evidence that the $25 million increase between the last financial year and this financial year is due to rejigging the wages estimate as opposed to claims experience or adverse claims experience, Commissioner?
Yeah, that's the information that I have, is that it was largely an accounting change, but obviously there would be, some element of it that would be due to increased claims cost.
Chair, for abundance of caution, I would like to take that aspect of this on notice, as I would like to provide absolutely accurate information to the committee.
You see, Commissioner, and I appreciate you providing the numbers. I mean, we all knew it was going in the wrong direction,
Sure.
like substantially in the wrong direction, but I didn't know it had effectively tripled in 3 years' time, over 3 years, from $31.6 million in 1920 to you're now budgeting for $93 million for the next. A tripling of workers' comp premiums is a sign that something is deeply wrong, isn't it? What's wrong?
Well, that's the things we'll be looking at over the, we've put a number of additional injury management officers in place. We had a situation where injury management officers were looking after about 140 injured workers. Now we've capped that off at 40, and if we get more, we'll put more injury management officers on. So I think, we've really started to try and tackle that issue at the root cause of trying to get people back to work and trying to make sure that we're making contact with them all the time. 140 injured workers looked after by one injury management officer is clearly unacceptable.
But I put to Mr. Tibble earlier that two of the injury management officers who have been repeatedly adversely named in those investigations regarding Mr Fitzpatrick are still working. Is that, if you haven't addressed the cultural problem that was highlighted through those reviews, that would in large part explain a tripling, wouldn't it? If you had the kind of behaviour seen for Mr Fitzpatrick as part of the culture of injury management in corrections, that would in part explain a tripling of premiums, wouldn't it?
Yeah, can I just say there's not corrections. These are not corrective services employees. They're employees of, well, they were of justice and then of now communities and justice. So,
yes. Well, I put that to you, but I'll perhaps equally put it to the Secretary.
Thank you, Chair, and I can take that. I am getting very close to this issue of workers' compensation, the response to the CIRA and the other reviews, and I am very focused on providing leadership that will ensure that workers, that we respond appropriately to our staff, but that we also bear down on these costs.
Can you provide on notice what the return to work rates are for corrections officers? And normally you can provide them at the 4-week period, the 3-month period, the 6-month period and the 12-month period. That's normally where at least iCare assesses it. Can you give an indication of what those return to work rates have been over that same period for corrections officers? Sorry, over the 1920, 2021, 21, 22 financial years, what the return to work rates have been for injured workers. And it's normally what proportion have got back to work 4 weeks after an injury, 3 months after an injury, 6 months after an injury, and 12 months after an injury. Was that with sufficient clarity?
Certainly.
It might look better on transcript.
Happy to take that on notice.
That effectively concludes our time in the lead up to the 3:30 break. I think some informal discussions between committee members are suggesting that this might conclude today's budget estimates hearing. I know there's a collective disappointment in the room, but unless there is any final questions the opposition had,
Okay.
or any additional matters any witness wanted to put on the record.
just very, very quickly, the Compulsory Drug Treatment Centre, Stage 1 has operated without any restrictions during COVID. Stage 3, the only restriction that we had in place was that we had suspended urinalysis from July to December 2021. But Stage 2 has been the problem, and Stage 2 involved, going out into the community and coming back into the Compulsory Drug Treatment Centre. So that has been impacted, but we've got around it by coming up with a different process where we put people on extended leave during that period so they can go out into the community and be involved in the processes they normally would be involved in Stage 2. So that's gradually been occurring over the period of time, but there's a delay. It's been a 4-month delay before we enact that. So I guess, you were getting people who were in that 4-month period being upset.
In late November.
Yeah, being upset about not being able to participate, but, we've been doing everything possible to make that possible for those people to get that Stage 2. We're calling it Stage 2.5 in a sense. But,
Thank you, Commissioner. And can I particularly thank Assistant Commissioner Crawford, who has been the most polite witness we've had this afternoon. So,
all good in community corrections.
thank you. We needed to get that on the record. And that concludes today's hearing.
Thank you, everyone.